Go ahead, Caesar.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Monday, November 7th, 2022. Commissioners' Court is meeting in regular open session. Would you please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance?
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll now receive an invocation from Rabbi Levi Greenberg.
Before I begin, I'd like to do an act of charity. Master of the universe, look favorably upon the county judge and the county commissioners of El Paso, and bestow upon them the joy of life, good health, and prosperity. Bless these people who have been chosen to make laws and decisions for the citizens of our county with wisdom and understanding in their noble pursuit of justice and equality. In ancient times, Jews gathered in the Holy Temple in Jerusalem once every 7 years for an event called Hakhel, which is the Hebrew word for assembly, as is stated in Deuteronomy chapter 31, verse 12. Assemble the people, the men, the women, and the children, so that they hear and so that they learn and fear God. The king read verses from the Torah, from the Bible, containing God's instructions for life, about social responsibility, tithing the crops, and caring for the poor. The people came away reunited and re-inspired of God's constant presence in their lives, to be thankful for all the divine blessings of health, success, and happiness, and to be better to each other. This year is the anniversary of the biblical once-in-7-year gathering of Hakhel. Although Hakhel cannot be practically observed in its biblical format in the absence of the Holy Temple in Jerusalem, its energy is available to us, just like all biblical ideas continue to be spiritually and personally relevant everywhere and at all times. The Lubavitcher Rebbe explained that today everyone can inspire people around them. It is not enough to perfect our own attitudes and behaviors. Rather, everyone can and should be an influencer of goodness in a pleasant and welcoming manner. Please God, give strength to our elected officials to be always mindful of your presence and of their ability to elevate the quality of life for everyone in our region, that we truly care for society and our environment, do more acts of charity, and work together to make our world a better place for all. May our borderland region serve as a beacon of light, strength, and moral courage as we do our part in preparing the world for an era of global peace and tranquility. May this occur speedily in our times. And let us all say, Amen.
Amen. Rabbi, would you mind showing the art to our audience here? You know, when we had the August 3rd tragedy, a lot of people talked about a lot of different things, but one of the things that Rabbi, which I consider a friend and very privileged to be a friend, that he talked about acts of random kindness, and that if that person who did the damage on August 3rd would have been more gracious and giving and learned about giving of himself and you know, providing and helping others, that maybe these things wouldn't have happened. So we've taken on you know, the idea of having our employees have the Ark, and every day you put money in it, and as a family you go out and then you give it to whoever you want to give it to. It was real. I was in a panel last week on, they had Uvalde and New York and all these different places that had suffered the same tragedies. And when I explained this concept of looking, you know, where's the root cause and not just symptoms of everything else that happened, they were pretty excited that we were doing something that was proactive about getting to the root cause of these problems. It might take longer, but we might save a lot of lives in the future. So, Rabbi Greenberg, I thank you for being here. Always a pleasure to have you, and thank you for your kind words.
It's a real pleasure to be here, and I wish you all a wonderful week. And it's always heartening to hear that, you know, I have the box on my desk, so it's always good to do routine acts of kindness and to encourage others to do as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Judge, I was going to ask if we could hold a moment of silence. I was advised this morning that a good friend of ours, Judy Ackerman, passed away in her sleep last night, and so I wanted to hold a moment of silence for her. She was a very strong advocate for so many things within this community. Without her advocacy, we wouldn't have had the redistricting process that we did. She was integral with that. She worked very hard with the League of Women Voters over many years. She was integral in also the Saving Kastner Range. She was a veteran, I believe, of the Air Force, and somebody who I became very close to over the past number of years. I think that she probably knocked on more doors for me in my campaign than some of the paid folks that I had working on my campaign. And so I just want to give my condolences to all of her family and friends in this very difficult time. She's been battling cancer for a number of years now, and unfortunately has, I believe, succumbed to that. And so I'd like to hold a moment of silence in her name. Thank you.
I know you had engaged with her a lot, Commissioner Holguín. I don't know if you want to comment as well.
Yes, no, thank you for letting us know, Commissioner Stout. Just as Commissioner Stout said, Judy was a force to be reckoned with. She fought tremendously for the causes that she believed in, and the El Paso community lost a true advocate today. So I'm very sorry to hear that, but thank you for letting us know. And yes, I would also appreciate a moment of silence for her.
Thank you so much. So if we could just take a moment of silence, please, for Judy. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Judge.
Judge, do you have any additional comments for us this morning?
Yeah, just as always, we welcome you to Commissioners Court on behalf of myself and our great commissioners here today. We welcome you and thank you for being part of our government, our county government, and there's some great resolutions that will be coming up, and so thank you for that. We have a lot of people online as well, and whenever we communicate to the community, and we always say we love, these resolutions because it recognizes, and I think we should be a community that recognizes individuals and organizations that impact our community. So thank you for being here, and we wish you all not only a good day, but a great week. We're having the typical El Paso kind of weather, it's beautiful weather. We should appreciate every moment of that. Thank you. Go ahead, Cesar.
I'd like to introduce this morning's ASL interpreters. Today we're joined by James Garcia and Audrey Lopez. Item number 4, the consent agenda, composed of items 4A through 4AN. Are there any items that members of the court or the public would like to pull for individual discussion?
Hearing none, I move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson is absent. Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item number 5A, resolutions. Approve and adopt a resolution recognizing November 20th, 2022 as World Day of Remembrance for the victims of traffic violence in El Paso County, Texas.
the resolution itself to be able to read it. Okay, that's the traffic one? Okay. All right. Yes. Okay, sorry about that. Many times we do resolutions that celebrate people, places, and events. Sometimes our resolutions are more somber, and I hope they're always affirmative. Today we recognize victims of traffic violence. With this resolution, it's just simply stunning how much injury and death we accept on our roads on a yearly basis, but we can do something about it both on our end as an organization that builds roads and as individuals. As an organization, we should build the safest roads possible and continue our efforts to build mass transit and alternatives to driving. We have discussed safe streets, and I really think that we need to, in the near future, pick that back up. As individuals, we can take common sense steps to, like driving the speed limit, being aware of our surroundings, and being on the lookout for the unexpected, not tailgating, not driving distracted, things that are really quite simple. So with that, I'm going to read the resolution, and then I believe we have some folks here to comment. So the resolution says, whereas traffic crashes are the leading killer worldwide of people aged 5 to 29 years old, and whereas the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration projects there were an estimated 42,915 traffic fatalities in 2021, a 10.5% increase compared to 2020, and the highest annual percentage increase in the fatality analysis reporting system's history. And whereas the Texas Department of Transportation reported 4,489 traffic fatalities in 2021 for an average of 12 deaths a day on Texas roadways, a 15.2% increase, 15.2% increase over 2020, which included 824 pedestrians and 521 motorcyclists. And whereas 239,539 additional persons were injured in traffic crashes across Texas in 2021, which included 19,448 persons suffering serious injuries. And whereas the Texas Department of Transportation reported that in 2021, traffic crashes in El Paso County took the lives of 102 people and seriously injured 286 more people. And based on National Safety Council estimates, these traffic crashes resulted in more than $950 million in estimated economic damages and almost $5.2 billion in estimated comprehensive costs. And whereas the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which includes numerous provisions to reverse this alarming trend in traffic violence, was signed into law almost 1 year ago on November 15, 2021, including the Safe Streets and Roads for All program, which is specifically intended to fund local efforts, which the County of El Paso has committed to support in partnership with the El Paso Metropolitan Planning Organization. And whereas the World Day of Remembrance is an international event begun in 2005 to memorialize the 1.35 million people killed in and millions more injured in traffic crashes across the world each year, to call for an end to those preventable tragedies, and led here in the United States by members of Families for Safe Street groups made up of individuals who have been injured or lost loved ones in traffic crashes, who are working to confront and end traffic violence in communities across the U.S., the Vision Zero Network, a national advocacy group working for safe mobility for all, in partnership with local and state-level safe streets advocates, faith leaders, community members, elected officials, and dignitaries from across the nation. And whereas the County of El Paso recognizes the high costs to victims, their families, and this region in terms of lives, medical costs, and economic losses, and the role El Paso County can play to support efforts to end traffic deaths and serious injuries. And now therefore be it resolved that El Paso County hereby name November 20th World Day of Remembrance for the victims of traffic violence in El Paso, to both remember the victims of traffic crashes and commit to supporting efforts to reduce and end traffic deaths and serious injuries, signed this 7th day of November, 2022.
Commissioner Olguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon. Aye. Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. We do have Mr. Scott White with Vision Zero Texas in the audience looking to speak.
Welcome, Scott.
Morning, everyone, Judge, our audience here, the audience watching on the internet and wherever else. My name, for the record, is Scott White. I represent a handful of organizations that are working for traffic safety. Locally here, of course, with Velo Paso Bicycle Pedestrian Coalition, but at the statewide level as part of the Vision Zero Texas program, and just as an advocate for safer streets in general. This weekend, yesterday, in fact, we had 3 traffic deaths in one day, 3 separate fatal crashes. And the media reported it as just, oh, too bad, so sad, another person died. Next story. And we have to remember that all these crashes should be treated as preventable, that all these lives lost should be recognized and honored because there was so much these people had to give to our community, even if we didn't notice it. We can talk about the Judy Ackermans, and I do mourn her loss. Families mourn the loss of their loved ones as well. And we have to know that our community loses every time one of these people dies. That we could prevent this. And I appreciate all that you have done as the county to support the Vision Zero action plan that the MPO is putting forward. I know that there are discussions behind the scene to work with the city on their Vision Zero action plan as well. And so, yes, we must look at these traffic accidents not as the inevitable cost of being able to drive across our community, but as something that is preventable and a true loss. I thank you for this, and I hope that you join us statewide on the 20th to remember all the victims, that we continue to redouble our efforts all the time, because a tragedy like yesterday is a rare occurrence, but it's happening 12 times a day across Texas. And those Texas families and those Texas communities deserve better. Thank you.
And Mr. Scott, Mr. Scott White is one of the most incredible advocates. He's always at the MPO making sure that when we're talking about, you know, highways and I-10 and all of these other things, that he always says there's alternatives to that. It's not just cars, you know, there's ways to walk and bicycle. And so we thank you for that advocacy. And as you said, the collateral impact of a fatality like that just goes, I mean, each family, you can imagine it'll impact a family and everyone in that family. So thank you, Scott, for everything that you do. Thank you for keeping us accountable to always look at safety as one of the main components of any project or any road that we're thinking about. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, let's do it. Sorry, let's do a picture. Scott, you want to come for a picture real quick with the resume?
Item number 5B, approve and adopt a resolution welcoming the Grand Masters of Texas Masons and their counterparts from Mexico to El Paso.
Commissioner Stout.
I have the honor of being able to read this resolution into the record and recognize our Masons here in El Paso. As many may know, Masonry evolved from the guilds of stonemasons of cathedral builders in the Middle Ages. It's a worldwide organization with many different adherents. In El Paso, it was described in a 2012 Bordersing article as, quote, a way of life and a voluntary association of men within a fraternal society, religious in its character, with a system of moral conduct, end quote. So I'm happy to welcome members to the County of El Paso on this occasion, bringing together Freemasons from the U.S. and Mexico. Today, it looks like we are joined by Marcos Delgado Rios, who is a Gran Maestro of the muy respetable Gran Logia Cosmos del Estado de Chihuahua. Ismael Gutierrez, District Deputy Grand Master of the Most Worshipful Grand Lodge of Texas. Alfredo Gonzalez, Grand Representative of the Most Worshipful Grand Lodge of Texas to the Gran Logia Cosmos del Estado de Chihuahua. Russell Booth, Regional Communications Officer of the Most Worshipful Grand Lodge of Texas. Gary Quaney, Past Master of El Paso Lodge number 130. Mark Crockett, Past Master Tap Diaz Lodge number 1297. Ricardo D. Gonzalez, Worshipful Grand Junior Deacon, and Patrick Del Hune, French pronounced Delunia. Is that correct? Okay. All right. I hope I got it. I hope I got it correct there, Patrick. I mispronounced it, but I want to make sure we got it correct. Thank you very much. So I'll go ahead and read the resolution, and then we can hear from everybody. So whereas Most Worshipful Bradley Scott Billings, Grand Master of Texas Masons, was in El Paso on November 4th through 6th, and whereas Marcos Delgado Rios, Gran Maestro of the muy respetable Gran Logia Cosmos del Estado de Chihuahua, was also in attendance, and whereas Presidente Fernando Martínez Acosta of the Confederación de Grandes Logias Regulares de los Estados Unidos Mexicanos was also in attendance, and whereas the meeting between Grand Masters Billings and Delgado Rios and President Martín Acosta commemorated the meeting of the U.S. President William Howard Taft and Mexican President Porfirio Diaz held in El Paso, Juarez on October 19, 1909. And whereas this event was an opportunity to strengthen the bonds between Texas Masons and their counterparts in Mexico, and whereas the formal dinners that were held in both El Paso and Ciudad Juarez provided a forum for Masonic leaders from both countries to discuss opportunities for collaboration and participate in binational fellowship and goodwill. And now therefore be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners that El Paso County welcomes the Grand Masters of Texas Masons and their counterparts from Mexico to our city and county, and extend our best wishes and hope they had a very productive and memorable meeting. Signed this 7th day of November 2022, the Honorable County Commissioners Court.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Who would like to speak? I believe
Or all of you,
Mr.
doesn't
Delgado
matter.
Rios, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Great commissioners, public in general. I just want to say that it's a privilege to represent the Freemasons in Chihuahua and Mexico in this historical moment. We are the most antique organization, fraternal organization in the humankind. So the only thing that we want is the best way to do the things to be better for all the people around the world. So it's a privilege, it's an honor, and thank you so much. I really appreciate, and in the name of Chihuahua's Freemasons, I just want to say that we are ambassadors with the people of the United States of America, because both countries are brothers, are friends, and forever we have the same conditions to be one with the society of the both countries. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Anyone else? Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor, Commissioner Sirs, Commissioner Madam, on behalf of the Most Worshipful Grand Lodge of Texas, and on behalf of the Most Worshipful Grand Master Bradley S. Billings, I am his personal representative. The title is District Deputy Grand Master of the region. As a matter of principle, I think that we should remind people of the contributions that Masons have done. This building was built by Masons and have occupied it. Furthermore, after the shooting of the Walmart Supercenter, the Masons came together as a whole. We believe that it's a great fraternity, but we take in our midst men from all walks of life, all religions, all political affiliations, as a whole. This weekend was an historic event because we met with Most Worshipful Grand Master Marcos Delgado Rios in Ciudad Juarez. We were recreating that meeting between President Howard Taft and Porfirio Diaz. Both of them were Masons. And they met in the ex-aduana, which we went, and they crossed over to the El Paso Scottish Rite. And it was regarded as an historic event, the most diplomatic thing that had ever occurred in the city. And so we had the opportunity to meet with the Presidente Municipal in Ciudad Juarez, which is the equivalent to the mayor. And we were well received. We were also given recognition, and I believe there were 8 Grand Masters of the Republic of Mexico in attendance, and certainly was honored to be a part of that. Once again, thank you for giving me your time, and I thank the Honorable Sir for his attendance. I'd really quickly like to introduce the people that are here with me.
Absolutely.
This is Russell Booth, Ricardo D. Gonzalez, Gary Quaney, Alfredo Gonzalez, Patrick DeLuña, and Mark Crockett. Gentlemen, you should be proud of yourselves. We must remind the community of who we are. And thank you for your time.
Anyone else? Or we just want to thank you. You know, we talk a lot about being one region and coming together and binational. And right now, I mean, I got goosebumps thinking that it's happening right in front of us where we have, you know, there's no borders at this moment, right? There's nothing that separates us. It's just you here working together. And like I said, we've been wanting to be that one region for a long time, a lot of discussions about that. But when you tell us these stories about things that have happened way back when 2 presidents get together and unite in this solidarity, it's just amazing to have that. So we're extremely honored to have you here.
Your Honor, really quickly, I'd render the floor to Russell.
Absolutely.
Thank you, County Judge and Commissioners, for this honor and opportunity. Just to kind of play on what you're saying about that binational thing, one thing that came out of this meeting this past Saturday is the Grand Masters from Mexico, and we had a Grand Master representative from New Mexico and Texas as well, met, and they formalized in honor of the Walmart shooting that happened, which was the first meeting between all of our Grand Lodges, and this being the second, they've planned the third one. And we have representatives from California, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, obviously, and Florida that are signing on. We have Chihuahua, Coahuila, Baja California, Sonora, Nuevo León, Tamaulipas, as well as some others like Zacatecas and what have you.
Amazing.
The impetus for this meeting was after the Walmart shooting had happened, a lot was spoken about the shooter and his hatred for Hispanics, Mexicans, people of Mexican descent, and perpetrated by an Anglo-Caucasian. And this was important, that the Walmart meeting was important because it was an opportunity for Caucasians, Hispanics, we had African Americans, we had people from all these different states that came together to show that there's no animosity and that the principal tenets of our fraternity are just that, and it's that fraternal. I mean, we're all brothers here, you know, and it's important that we continue this tradition. So we're going to start hopefully in November, the first week of November. We're going to have meetings. They're going to go to different cities: El Paso, Ciudad Juarez, Las Cruces, places in Tucson, you know. So, and we're going to shift this up, and we're going to hopefully continue and grow this fraternal collaboration between the two countries. And hopefully we'll do more to help ourselves.
That is excellent, and I hope you have the opportunity to visit. It would be a privilege from all of us if you visited our healing garden at Escalate Park, because it's a tribute to the Walmart, and it's a place of healing and meditation, and a place to help us move forward, and not just sort of look backwards, but move forward in this sense of unity and strength. So I do hope you have the opportunity to. That's something that we here in our court are very proud of, having that as a place for this type of unity. So we thank you for that. And Commissioner Stout, thank you. This is like an amazing a privilege to have you all here. It's we're very privileged and honored to have you here today. So thank you.
Thank you all. And shout out to Russell for bringing this to the office and making sure that we made the community and the court aware of the important meetings that you all had over the weekend. Thank you so much.
Caesar?
Item number 5C, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing November as Diabetes Awareness Month in El Paso County, Texas.
Sandra, you want to bring your team up here as I read the resolution? Sandra's an amazing advocate, but this is a great message, and we'll talk a little bit about what happened during the pandemic and the underlying conditions that took a lot of lives, and diabetes was one big, contributor to that situation. Whereas over 97,000 El Pasoans are diagnosed with diabetes, and whereas over 25,000 El Pasoans have undiagnosed diabetes, and whereas Mexican Americans who are over 35 years old, those with a family history of diabetes, people who are not physically active, and people who are overweight or obese are elevated risk of diabetes. And whereas diabetes is a disease that can occur in people of all ages, and whereas diabetes can be managed and sometimes prevented, and whereas the El Paso Center for Diabetes, an independent non-for-profit center with no state or national affiliation, provides direct services to all persons with diabetes in El Paso and surrounding areas. And whereas the Paso del Norte Health Foundation funds and leads regional diabetes prevention and management efforts, and whereas all county employees with diabetes are encouraged to visit the Now What website hosted by the El Paso Center for Diabetes, then enroll in and complete a diabetes self-management education class, and everyone at elevated risk for diabetes is advised to discuss the risk factors with a medical provider. Now therefore be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court declare November as Diabetes Awareness Month, signed the 7th day of November, 2022.
Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Sandra. Mrs.
Thank you so
Gonzalez.
much for bringing us to, on behalf of the El Paso Center for Diabetes, Paso del Norte Health Foundation, our medical advisory group, and our staff here. I'd like to thank you all for taking this time and honoring for diabetes awareness. As you just said, diabetes is something that was huge here in our community, especially now if you were diagnosed with COVID, and we're asking everybody to please get tested because you might be one of the persons that be walking with diabetes and you just don't know. So because of that, we're going to be hosting an event on Saturday, November the 19th, for people in our community to go get tested at the Economy Wholesale Warehouse on Zaragoza, because we want people to get tested. We want you. We're going to test everyone that we could for free there and give them education. We just want to empower our diabetes community with education and tell them you're not walking here alone. We're here to serve you. We're here to help you. Now I want to let our partners for our medical, our first medical advisory group that we have built with the help with the medical community here in El Paso. They're going to make us get the message out in our community the right way, make sure we're helping every single person in our community.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge,
Good morning.
Commissioners. I'm Anna Karina Mascarenas. I'm the Associate Dean of Research and Community at the Woody L. Hunt School of Dental Medicine at Texas Tech. I thank you for supporting this initiative. As we've just heard, diabetes is very large in our community here. And so one of the things we at the dental school are doing with our new school and our new students is actually training them to do very early screening for diabetes in our dental clinics. One of the largest risk factors for poor oral health is actually diabetes. We hear of other things like cardiovascular disease and cancers, but the one that we really have very strong evidence is around diabetes. So somebody that has poor oral health cannot control their diabetes, and somebody who has diabetes actually cannot control their poor oral health. And so it's a bilateral relationship. And so we strongly believe that taking care of it early, preventing it is really important to our community here. And we have the tools right now to try and prevent it. So thank you again for your time and for supporting this resolution.
Thank you. Texas Tech, always a great partner in everything that we do. Anyone else, or you want to introduce? Yeah, go ahead.
No, so just to finish, we would like to give you our diabetes pin for you to wear with pride on this month of diabetes awareness. So Esther will go ahead and pass out the diabetes pins.
And go ahead and introduce yourselves, please.
So my name is Gabby. I'm
you
one of
so
the
much.
registered dietitians at the El Paso Center for Diabetes.
Is Angela Grijalva. I'm the marketing coordinator.
Thank you.
Yesenia Montelongo, I'm the billing specialist.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Araceli Treviño. I'm the dietitian at the El Paso Center for Diabetes.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Leslie Gilly. I work with the City of El Paso Department of Public Health Diabetes Prevention Program. I'm a health education prevention specialist.
Excellent. Another great partner. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Audrey Garcia. I'm with the Paso del Norte Health Foundation. I'm the program officer that gets to oversee the diabetes initiative. So we're very blessed to be here in front of you all to bring awareness for everything that we do with all of our different grantees. So lots of great things to come for our community with diabetes and what we want people to get to know with signs and symptoms. So thank you again.
Thank you. Well, as I said, you know, the underlying conditions were really difficult for us, and you had 3,500 and almost 97% of them died with underlying conditions. And so we're committed, I know each one of the commissioners and myself, we're committed to the prevention, as we know in anything, whether it's mental health or any kind of challenge that we have. Prevention is always so much better and quicker and more efficient. It saves lives. And the impact that we've been saying today, the impact on families when someone passes, and it's something that could be prevented is really, it hurts to know that these things can be prevented. So we're going to really make an effort. We've talked to UMC about not only providing services when people are ill, but that they also focus on the prevention aspect. Sandra?
I wanted to see if we could challenge all of you to see if we could put our Diabetes Now What website on the TVs where your staff, because sometimes we realize that let's start with our own team, let's start with our own staff. The healthier our staff is, the better we get on return from them. But they don't know. We realize in our focus groups, they just don't know where to go. And realistically, we're the only ones here in our community. They're going to be able to go get educated. There's nowhere else they're going to be able to get the service for any diabetes, whether it's pre-diabetes. We do have our partners with our city, but with diabetes management, they're going to have to come. But let's help our own team first. If there's a way we could help to put on your screens the Diabetes Now What, it'll give you the resources from everyone that's helping us. So we realized when COVID came, we could not do it by ourselves. So that's how come we came together and named this Diabetes Alliance. The first name we had was Unidos for Diabetes, and we've had so many names, but this is the final name we had. And it's a whole team effort. It's everybody coming together for one mission, and that is really to empower our diabetes community by educating them. They're not walking here alone. We're here to serve them.
Well, thank you. We have a really incredible, wellness program, and we'd love to connect you with them. Betsy, you want to comment on that, how we could help out?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'm already looking for the link to the website and working with our HR team to see what would it take to be able to get this on our wellness TV screens, both in our wellness center and here on the third floor. So we're working to see how we can get this connected.
Thank you.
And as I've said over and over, the first protection to the virus was being healthy. That was the first protection before the vaccines, before the masking, before all of these. Those that were healthy survived and didn't go through the crises and the situations that others went through. So just remember, you know, we might have something coming up later. There's some talk about the virus and not being healthy. It puts you in a very, very vulnerable situation. So thank you for awareness. To me is one of the most important things that we do, because maybe somebody's listening that might have not understood or might have not worried about it, and now gets tested and finds out that they can prevent it. So Sandra, thank you very much for everything you do in our community. She works hard on these fundraisers and trying to get the right people together and the funds that are required. So Sandra, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Item number 6 is public comment. We do not have anybody signed up for public comment at this time, so we'll take no action. Item number 7, presentation. Receive a presentation and discuss the monthly report from the Council of Judges. Could we please have a motion to delete this item?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Olguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 8, board appointments. Discuss and take appropriate action to approve Commissioner Ileana Holguin's appointee, Mr. Marcos Antonio Grijalva, to the El Paso County Veterans Advisory Board for a 2-year term beginning December 1st, 2022 through November 30th, 2024.
Betsy.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. I'll turn this right over to Commissioner Holguin to make the introduction, but Mr. Grijalva has done all of the requirements to be considered for appointment, and I'll turn it over to Commissioner Holguin to introduce him to the court.
Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy. So I am very, very proud to be appointing Tony Grijalva to our Veterans Advisory Board. We know how incredibly important this board is to our county, to the veterans that we serve, and to the community at large. And so when I was looking for an appointee to the board, I reached out to Mr. Rey Borrego in San Eli. As we know, San Elizario has a very, very active veterans community. They just organized a beautiful, beautiful parade this past Saturday, which Tony was very much involved with. Tony was recommended very, very highly by Mr. Borrego, and I personally have seen all of the work and effort that he puts forth for our veterans in the community. So I'm incredibly proud to be nominating him to this position. He's a proud graduate of San Elizario High School. Wow. And was in the Navy for pretty close to 15 years, I think, in various capacities. So I'm very excited to be able to appoint you, Tony, and I know that you'll be a wonderful, wonderful addition to the Veterans Advisory Board.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Don't sit down, don't sit down. We want to hear from you.
Just a quick comment. Commissioner Holguin and myself were at the parade, and oh my goodness, it is really exciting. But one of the real exciting things is they kept introducing veterans that were named Grijalva.
Yes.
Every single time. So I think you come from an incredible family of veterans.
Yes, I do, sir. I was wearing a shirt on that day in memory of my great uncle who died in World War II, and he died at the age of 20 in action. And he's actually I learned the other day that he was, because I was at the cemetery in Sanelli, and I've been cleaning it up, and I didn't see his grave amongst the other graves, and so I asked my aunt Lillian where he's buried, and she said on the border of Spain and France there's a cemetery where they buried.
Wow.
That was pretty.
That's amazing. Well, we're very, very fortunate, and we really, what a great timing with the, what we're trying to accomplish here as a community of Veterans Capital of the USA, and having people like yourself. So we're very honored to have you as part of the group. I think you're going to find it very active and very, a lot of consideration for our veterans. So we thank you. I don't know if you want to tell us anything else, but we thank you for taking the time to be here, and also the time it's going to take to be part of the advisory board.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, guys.
Our Veterans Advisory Board does tremendous work on behalf of our veterans, and I know that you're going to make a great addition. So thank you for accepting the nomination, and congratulations.
Thank you. And great pick, Commissioner.
Item number 9, County Administration. Welcome Alan Bristol with the Texas Association of Counties and discuss information from TAC.
Judge, Commissioners, this morning we'd like to introduce, I think you may already all know Alan, but Alan Bristol with the Texas Association of Counties. He is part of their outreach team. He's also been an attorney working with counties and was the Navarro County judge. Is that correct?
They say Navarro. So
Navarro?
It's not Navarro like it should be, but it's named for Jose Antonio Navarro, who was from the Isle of Corsica, off of Spain, and that's where the name Corsicana comes from, and that's the hometown and county seat. So,
wow.
But I grew up in Big Spring, so I was a prosecutor for the first 10 years of my career. Then I was the elected city attorney in Corsicana, and then I came back and was county judge for 2 terms. So,
excellent.
Didn't become a Republican in time, and I'm still not. So, I'm very comfortable here. I'll put it that way.
Thank you.
But I'm here specifically, and it's a really horrible time to visit y'all with Election Day tomorrow, I know. But I came intentionally today because you guys got the cover of County Magazine, and you've got the lead article in the magazine. And I'll tell you why. It's because I have come to enjoy working with Betsy. You guys have one of the 2 top best county administrators in the state, in my opinion, and I know all of them. There's still not that many of them. But there's less than, what, Betsy, 15? There's probably 10 maybe.
We agree with you.
But it's a growing thing. McLennan County added one a couple years ago, even Waco. So, and y'all are my most populous county. I've got most of my territory. We've got a new crow now, Kim Hoffman, who used to be in Glasscock County. So I've got the Panhandle, South Plains, 20 counties in South Texas, and I've got Far West, including y'all, Hudspeth, Culberson, Jeff Davis, Presidio, and Brewster. So, having grown up in Big Spring, Boy Scout camp was in the Davis Mountains, and so I love this whole part of the world. I think it's gorgeous. I think y'all do a great job. I applaud, and basically, I think y'all did the best job of handling the ARPA money. You took a lot of your money, dedicated it to the colonias, which have needed attention for decades, least served population in your county probably. So I applaud y'all for addressing that. And you did exactly what we've encouraged counties to do. Use it for one-time turnkey projects that you've needed to do and just have not had the tax dollars for. So I brag on y'all everywhere I go because it's really a good thing that y'all are doing. And I totally appreciate that. So I want to, can I approach Judge?
Absolutely.
I just want to give everybody
Thank you.
for y'all. They have not been sent out yet.
Oh,
They're
wow.
at the
They're
printer.
fresh.
The
They're-
online version will be available. But it's not even, I'm so sorry. It's not even online yet. So will y'all make sure that Commissioner Robinson gets his? Thank y'all.
What a great picture of the courthouse.
But with that, I want y'all to know that I think y'all are doing an excellent job. I thought y'all did a great job during the pandemic. I could get hold of Betsy anytime. She always returned my calls. I knew what was going on in El Paso. I actually referred people that were coming up with an ARPA plan to your plan. Now, most counties did not do one that detailed. I mean, the larger counties did, but there were a lot of smaller counties that looked at y'all's and took portions of it. So you guys you're out here all by yourselves. I know what that feels like, but as far as what you've done with your ARPA funding and the usage that y'all have chose to do with it, I think you're in the lead on that process. And I think a lot of people have followed what you're doing. So you need to know that that's very well appreciated.
Well, we thank you for that, and also for recognizing someone that we feel just exactly like you do about Betsy and her team, and very appreciative of having her on board, and Jose, also here in the audience, a lot of responsibility on the ARPA funds, and so thank you for recognizing.
Oh, no, I think y'all have done an amazing job, and yes, I think you're very well served by Betsy. Her HR background serves y'all well. She's never going to let y'all get in trouble, and that's a good feeling.
Yes.
If y'all don't care, I'd love to get y'all's picture holding
Alan,
the
thank you.
magazines.
Yeah,
and
thank you so much.
If you've
Betsy?
got any questions, I am your ARPA guy if you ever have any other questions. And I sent Ed and Betsy an email last night because you have some, I think it's not that much money, maybe 50,000 that you can draw down as additional ARPA money, and it's for federal lands. It's a PILT payment for federal lands. So Ed's already aware of it, Betsy's already aware of it, they're already on that. So you'll be getting an additional 50,000. I know that's not much with y'all's budget, but every little bit helps.
I do also want to note in the magazine, so you'll also see the cover of you'll see our courthouse in the magazine. And then on page 12, especially, Alan, we have just now proclaimed ourselves as Veterans Capital of the USA.
Excellent.
And you'll see on pages 12 and 13, an article that also features and highlights Carl Dwyer, our Veterans County Service Officer Manager. So we're taking over the magazine.
Well, this is the El Paso edition, so.
Thank you.
We know how y'all feel out here, believe me, we do. It's recognized.
Thank you.
Our executive director actually came from a very small town just to the left of Lubbock. She's from Hockley County, she's from Levelland, Texas. So she's from a small county, and that's the other thing I love about El Paso. Y'all, doesn't matter how big y'all get, you still have a small town feel. Everybody's still very friendly here. I went to the grocery store last night because I forgot I needed some shaving cream, actually. And, everybody in the grocery store said hello to me. You don't find that in most major cities in this state. So I applaud y'all on still having that kind of culture.
Oh, that's really nice. And beautiful magazine, by the way.
And I want to thank you for highlighting this issue. I think there's so many residents throughout the state of Texas who don't even understand the issues, the obstacles that are facing our colonias residents. So the more attention we can bring to this issue, the better. And so I want to personally thank you for making this the cover story and hopefully
You're very
helping
welcome,
us.
Commissioner Holguin. It's, you know, y'all have got the largest colonias, you've got the most concentration of colonias, and you've had them the longest. So I applaud y'all for having the foresight to use this money that is, you know, it's roughly based on every citizen, your population, $200 per person is what your award was based on. So I think it's a very judicious use of the money and taking care of something that's been needed for decades.
Yes.
Commissioner Leon?
Judge, Commissioner, thank you. Mr. Bristol not only talks a talk, he walks a walk. When I was in Kerrville, San Angelo, Fort Stockton a few months back and ran into you, he was telling the folks at these conferences about El Paso and most especially about Betsy, what a great job she does. But thanks for the great PR and for what you do for us. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Other counties can learn from y'all, believe me.
And we want to share. That's part of our mission.
Well, if you guys don't mind, I'd like a
Absolutely,
point of privilege if I could get your photos, just like holding the magazine. Judge, you can do it standing there. You don't have to come out in front. I can get you all.
I want you in there, so.
Oh, well, let me take one of y'all, and then I can get my camera to work right. I want panoramic. Oh, do you mind?
Oh, that's right.
You're a pro. Oh, yeah, we gotta get Betsy in.
Item number 10 from County Administration, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the development of a capital planning document for El Paso County, including but not limited to project selections, performance objectives and outcomes, performance management, operational management, and corresponding financial planning and direction.
Landeros with County Administration. Going to provide you all with a very brief summary of the feedback that you provided to us, along with some important pieces of information before switching over to the workbook that actually has all of the projects in summary in a workable form, so that you can So our goal here is to take all of this final direction and then structure something for the court to see next Monday, the 14th. As you all know, we asked you all to rank your project category prioritization based on some direction we're receiving from the court during our meeting, and this shows you a summary of how those categories ranked. You can see here an emphasis on new county facilities and parks being your top 2 project category priorities. And so the way this worked is in the Excel spreadsheet that we've shared with you all that we'll be looking at earlier or later in the presentation. Those 2 top categories received 2 points. We ended up moving some points around to continue to hit that 100% mark, and I'll go into that right now. But your moderate priority received 1 point, and then your low priority did not receive any points. Now, again, this is just one factor into a variety of things, but this is intended to give the court an opportunity to provide more feedback on the overall structure and project selection, and even the by project category. I mentioned that we've added that last category prioritization into the ranking. If you recall, on Thursday, there was only 5 areas that were being looked at. Now there are 6. The changes are reflected in that maroon color, that red color. The strategic plan weight was reduced by 5 points to 30%, and then the Commissioner's Court prioritization was also reduced by 5 points to 15%. And this is a typo, but that 15% should be 10. And so you're lending more feedback on what type of projects are important to the court, and that is what is being shown here in this ranking system. So this is a new addition, a change from last week, but that has now been incorporated along with the individual project priority, which were the individual rankings that you went over last week. And that's what actually these next 2 slides are. So with category A, your top priorities tied for the new shelter in East Montana, as well as supporting animal welfare generally with the wellness clinic and equipment. And so the way this worked is we took your top 2, we gave them 2 points, your middle 2 received 1 point, and your bottom 3 did not receive any points. But again, this is just one facet of the score. This is a little hard to look at, but generally, a majority of the improvements that were identified as top priority were a number of improvements to Escalante Park. And then the middle is when you start to see some investment in the regional and the local parks, and then that obviously rounds out as you get lower into the listing here. But your top project here was some of your top projects were the festival areas, the outdoor stage, the comprehensive improvements to the park, which include the amphitheater estimate, as well as modernizing the shelters and parking throughout the Escalante Park facility. The second largest category, existing modernizing facilities. You can see here that at the top are a lot of the projects that are critical to ensure the facilities remain in operation, including the jail annex and the downtown detention facility, with some of the annex expansions coming toward the bottom of the list. With regard to regional transportation, Ascension came out at clear first. What we did here was gave the top 4 projects all 2 points, given that 3 of them had tied for second. So that includes the investment in your Fabens Airport, and then the last 2 received no points. So this one's a little different. Typically, there would have been a 1 point, 0 point distribution as well, but because of the fact that 4 of them ranked in the top 2, we scored them with 2 points and 0 points. And then the last 3 group categories that were grouped together, your water and wastewater improvement program came out on top, along with the planning permitting software solution for residents. And then, so those will receive your 2 points. The improvements in the San Elizario historic area will each receive 2 points, and then 1 point, and then the last 2, the countywide access control and the San Eli flood mitigation projects will receive no points. The last area that we pulled the court on was discussing the preferred financing method. And so we had clear direction on 22 projects that were preferred under a CO. 31 that were preferred under the GEO. There was 15 where the court tied that we want to go over this morning to allow you all to have some discussion and receive some input on whether you think you'd like to move one into that project into one category versus the other. There's also some projects that we'll just be discussing that we wanted to confirm the court's intent before we work on finalizing that list. So now as we move into this potential 2023 Certificate of Obligation portfolio, wanted to remind the court and the public that an intent of a certificate of obligation is for a very narrow scope of essential public projects. These are intended to be projects that are critical for the operation of the county's day-to-day business and generally are not intended to add to quality of life. That is really what the intent of the general obligation bond proposal would be. The 2023 issuance would not raise the county tax rate. Assuming that everything else remains equal, the tax rate would remain flat. The reason for this is because previous debt service that the county has been paying will be falling off of our schedule in 2024, and that is when this new issuance payment would come online. So effectively, one debt payment would end and another one would start, which is why there would be no increase to the tax rate. Our financial advisor has put together a very conservative forecast regarding tax-based growth. We've been averaging about 5% on growth, and they're averaging, the model that they have put together is much lower than that, which gives us a great deal of confidence that we will not run into a circumstance where the tax-based growth is not on pace with what we've seen, which would then potentially land us in a position where the court would have to raise the tax rate to accommodate this debt service payment. We've been very conservative with the financial advisor for that specific reason. The court heard on Thursday that there's capacity to issue up to $100 million for project proceeds. The financial advisor is working on running some of those additional scenarios that the court had asked for at the meeting. The way that $100 million or any amount would potentially break down is shown here for illustrative purposes only and planning purposes. About 80% of that would go for direct project funding. An additional 10% would be set aside for contingency, just in the event that we have overruns because of the volatility of the market with both professional, labor, and material costs all being highly volatile right now, and with inflation being so high. Additionally, you see an estimated 9% set aside for the comprehensive engineering consulting services. This is an estimate. It can range anywhere from 7 to 12% on a project-by-project basis. It really just depends on what the needs of the department are, what the needs of the individual project are, but 9% is a good estimate for the purposes of giving the court an overview of what to expect in terms of structure and how the funds would be set aside. And then 1% for a public art program. We would identify which projects were good candidates to have a public art component attached to it, improvements to parks, improvements to facilities. Those are some of the examples that we'd be looking at, roadway projects. And so we would ask the court to consider setting aside 1% or $1 million to be added on to any of these projects in any combination. And I wanted to also add that the work that we have done to date has not only been internal with our office and budget and coordinating and reviewing all of these projects, but there have been extensive preliminary planning efforts that have gotten us to this point today. The court's emphasis on long-range plans, development of business plans and documents, including the ones outlined here, all inform the project selection of the departments and are the reason why we have good estimates and the reason why we have a good amount of information to share with you all about what the needs are and what the needs would be going forward. So we do have a plan to spend these funds down once the funding becomes available, and it's largely due to the multi-year process that has already occurred up to date.
Judge, if I may, can you go back to that first slide?
The first slide?
No.
This one right here?
That one right
Okay.
there. We spoke about issuance would not raise county tax rate. And I really want you to focus in on that because I read an article this morning of somebody that was at our meeting. And if you remember, Mr. Segura mentioned the tax rate. And I want you to really explain to me and maybe some of our listeners what we are actually doing insofar as we waited for this moment to come for our tax debt to drop before we introduce this to the community. And I just want the public to really understand that this is not something that we decided at the last minute. This is something that's been in the planning process for many, many years.
Yes, sir. Yeah, so the county would be raising taxes because to issue the debt automatically introduces new tax debt service into the county's tax rate, right? And so the county's tax rate is twofold. There's the maintenance side, and then there's the debt side. And so every time the county takes out certificates of obligation, or general obligation bonds are approved by the voters, the component of our tax rate that pays off our debt does go up. What's happening here is that even though we will be issuing debt if everything goes according to the plan that we have, and the court votes to issue this debt, the tax rate would go up, but then the debt service from another bond that's 20 years old would also stop at the same time. And so to the voter, to the homeowner, their tax rate would remain the same. So even though the tax rate would go up because of this new debt issuance, it would also go down because of the previous payment that has been completed. So effectively, there's no change in the tax rate to the individual homeowner. And so that doesn't mean that their property value couldn't change. Their property value could increase, it could decrease. But the rate that the county charges and the amount that the county sets aside for debt, which is that 5 cents that was discussed with the court on Thursday, that would remain flat and would remain the same for this one, for this issuance, as well as the issuance that voters would be considering on the ballot in November of 2024.
And it's an excellent explanation. That helps some of our readers really understand what that article was talking about that didn't really go into the details of just how you explained it just now. Thank you.
Yes, sir. You saw this slide on Thursday. Again, we've just updated it to show that next week we will give a detailed project presentation overview, and then on the 17th, the court would consider authorizing us to publish the notice of intent. And then in December, we'll work with each of your offices to determine what kind of outreach you would like to see. We've already discussed this preliminarily with Dr. Gallegos and the communications team, and so we'll really get some feedback and direction from each of your individual offices on how you would like to proceed. And then as we come back in the new year at the special session, we'll give the court an update on the sale process and what to expect. And then on Monday, the 23rd, the court would consider authorizing the sale, and then we expect funds to be received sometime in March. This is the last slide that I have pending on this slide deck. I'm going to switch over to the Excel file, but these are the projects specifically that we were hoping to discuss with the court, either because there was something about the finance method that was preferred and that we wanted just to verify with you all. So if you all would just bear with me while I switch over here.
While you do that, Jose, I wanted to make a couple of comments, if I could, Judge.
Sure.
So I know we have the slide where you gave the timeline, but I feel like I still have a lot of information that I requested at our meeting last week that I'm hoping we're going to be able to have before we get anywhere near a point where we're actually going to be voting. So for example, I think I asked if we could have figures to what the dollar amount in annual taxes would be, for example, on a $50 million certificate of obligation as opposed to the $100 million. Then I think Commissioner Leon asked to also have those figures for a $75 million. And I think that's important because while we may have the capacity to issue $100 million, I don't think that that necessarily equates to having to issue $100 million worth. I mean, maybe there is more prioritization that can be done to try to reduce that. And I understand the explanation about the tax rate staying the same for our residents. But again, if we see values, home values continue to go up, the county's done, I think, a wonderful job as far as the no new revenue rate every year these past 2 years to try to offset those increasing valuations. But we we can't forget that that's a big part of the calculation. So I feel like I still need a lot more information regarding the actual impact to individual taxpayers. And I don't want to just assume that we're talking about the full 100 million, that we have the capacity. I understand we have the capacity to do, but I think we need to look at other options as well, because if we can certainly bring down the tax rate by reducing our total debt, I think that that's something that our residents would be very appreciative of right now, considering, we have a very large, the city of El Paso has a very large request that the voters are going to be deciding on tomorrow. We'll see how that goes. But I feel like we can't box ourselves in, or shouldn't box ourselves in, to only talking about 100 million. I mean, I think we need to look at a lot of different, or all of our potential options. Another thing, I think, information that I had asked Betsy for this morning that I hope we can also have is the actual amount of the debt that's going to be falling off, what that monthly amount is. I mean, can we look at maybe saving some of those funds once we're not having to make those payments? And for some of the projects, especially maybe some of the smaller projects, try to pay as we go instead of issuing debt to try to cover everything. So that was the comment that I wanted to make, Judge, is that I hope we can look at all of the options that we have and not just assume that our only option is issuing 100 million in COs.
Okay. And we are working with the financial advisor to come back on that. I do think that when the numbers are run, what the financial advisor would recommend to keep the tax rate level might actually be to front load some of the payments so that as we consider even going out for the general obligation bonds in 2024, that the county is still in a position to ask voters to consider approving this project listing without having to raise the tax rate at that point as well. And so that's been the direction those are the circumstances I think that we've been working with the financial advisor under, is trying to keep the tax rate level, because in the event that we issue $50 million in debt and don't structure it in a way to preserve that tax rate, there's potential for subsequent issuances to actually raise the tax rate, right? Or you'd be looking at 50. If the court decided to issue 50 million in debt in 23 under the COs, but then wanted to issue 150, maybe ask voters consider voting on a larger portion, 150 million in 2024. The structure of the payment for the 23 issuance would have to be the same. You'd have to front load it and pay more in costs to preserve that tax rate space, because if that did not happen, then the issuance in 24 that would go out to the voters would either have to be limited to 100 million, or if it was more than that, like 150 million, it would signify a tax rate increase at that time. So those are just some of the items that I also want to make sure the court was considering. But we are working on getting this information with Brad.
Great, thank you. Yeah, because if we have to make those decisions about limiting the amount, I mean, we have to make those decisions.
Absolutely. We hope to have those to you all very soon. It's really a pretty quick exercise on the FA side. I just think just catching up on a few items, but we'll see if we can have an update for you all by either end of the day or sometime tomorrow with that additional information, and also make sure that that's presented next Monday.
We'll see.
So the items that we wanted to discuss specifically, and then there's a few that are pending. There's different items that we need to discuss, so we'll try and walk through this as quickly as possible. Item 2, the pet wellness clinic and equipment. You can see here it ranked high. Preferred issuance type was under the general obligation bonds. And this is an existing facility. And so there is a very strong chance that the project would receive federal funding under the community project funding program through Congress. The midterm elections that will be over tomorrow may or may not affect that. It's hard to see what the horizon for that program and the appropriations look like. But this is a more immediate need, given that the facility is there and that the department's working to really try and reduce the population. So the reason why we're highlighting this is to determine if there's any consideration to potentially list this under the CO versus the GO. And then the animal shelter, which is related to it, given its public safety operation and in the presence of police officers, was also confirmed with bond counsel, an item that would be eligible to be considered under the certificate of obligation. And I just wanted to share that revised information with the court.
Judge, Jose, and Betsy, I guess this is the same question I would have for Ascension Road. If we commit funding for this and later funding is made available, are we cutting ourselves off?
No, sir. So once you all, if you designate a project, this is the exact same thing that happened with the Aguilera Highway. We had designated funding, and then we received other funding. And so then we were able to reallocate that funding to another source as long as it was identified in the bond order.
So we can recapture it without losing any?
Yes, sir.
Money. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
So the timeline on knowing whether or not the federal government will fund this is sometime in end of the year, beginning of the calendar year. The last round of appropriations were approved in March, which is right around the time that the issuance would take hold. So our recommendation would be that this project is at least listed in the certificate of obligation, potentially as an alternate. In the event that that funding doesn't become available, we can work with animal welfare to really determine what the critical equipment is for that facility, and then make sure that there's some funding set aside, perhaps through project savings, the contingency fund, just so that that funding is available in the event that the federal funding does not pan out for this project.
So would the court be willing to consider that, listing it as an alternate under the CO instead of waiting for GO for the equipping the clinic?
I would.
Yeah.
Project 6 is the revitalization of the Coliseum. The court's input had this under the CO versus the GO. Given the information that we've shared with you all regarding the GSA's efforts to understand what's happening with modernizing the Bridge of the Americas, the timeline for the issuance on the CO doesn't align as closely as an issuance with the GO, which might be better suited. So we would ask the court to consider moving this into the GO election. The timeline makes more sense than just given the uncertainty of what's happening with that facility. It would also make a good anchor project in the event that we are going to continue to revitalize it for that part of the community. And it makes more sense to structure it under the
How
GO.
would that work if, because we'd inflate the GO, and then it might not even be a possibility, which might, the voter might be reluctant because of the total, but yet it might not come to fruition.
So with the GO timing, by then you should know what the status is. Hopefully we'll know more about the Coliseum status. So the timing would be, I think, better for knowing the future. The CO timing is not good. The CO timing would not work. You would definitely
Be way ahead of
overinflate the CO. So, and then also, the other reason why I think you consider moving it to GO is it gives us time to explore other options, because I do believe this could also qualify to be done through a revenue bond, such as with hot funds, which is different than our GO or the CO. So those, I think moving it at least out to the GO gives us more time to find out what the status will be and to explore other financing options. And then you can always limit what you put in the GO. You could decide whether you want this in or not, or what you would be proposing in the GO.
Sort of a catch-22 kind of situation also, because, if it happened that it is of the footprint, they would actually purchase, so getting it to look better the value would go up to?
I don't think you could do it in time, and I don't know, like, the improvements to be made in time before that would happen. And then it also, you may receive scrutiny for making an investment in something that would be torn down.
I agree. It's just, I think the sooner we find out, so many things will go in the right direction. And I know Congresswoman Escobar is really active in trying to get to that point of, is it or is it not going to be on that footprint?
Right, and the court may go through some type of appeals process. I don't know what will be the process, but you all may decide to appeal that decision or that design and fight it, and that might take some time. I don't know exactly what the outcome will be or what the process will be, but those are things that would also prolong the investment into the property.
No, I think it's a good argument to go into the geo. Yeah.
In the event that we are looking at a new facility, the GO would also perhaps take into account authorizing funding to be used in combination from any payment from the federal government to, relocate and construct something new. That would also be another option. So I think that the court has more options as we have more information, and that's the reason why the GO issuance makes more sense. So we'll revise that. Project 47 and 56 are both related to the hangars. We mentioned this on Thursday during the workshop. Both projects ranked very high, and you saw that in terms of your individual prioritization of those projects. We've set aside $10 million for the box hangars and $6 million for the T hangars, and the T hangar project is number 56. We wanted to ask the court what, if any, so this would be ultimate build-out of all the hangar space. There's the alternate method which could be explored, which would allow the portion of this project to still move forward, but for the T hangar, for the box hangar specifically, to reduce that $10 million amount to $5 million, confirmed with Mr. Alonso in planning that budget would still allow them to lay out all the infrastructure, all the utilities and the roadways for the hangars at the airport, and still adequately construct 4 hangars, and this is in addition to the funding that we have from the grant from the Economic Development Administration. Those 4 to 5 hangars would then act as the public anchors and would potentially serve as a catalyst for demand from private sector agencies, and we could propose ground leases and offer private companies who want to locate at that facility a shovel-ready design that they can then take and finance the construction of. It's typical in other airports for hangars to be constructed this way. We have a little bit of a unique circumstance out in Fabens given the aerospace research that's occurring, but striking that balance between public and private investment is something that we'd want the court to consider. And if you all are interested in doing that, the recommendation would be to take 47 and reduce that to about $5 million, and then take project 56, which is listed at $6 million, and reduce that to about $4 million. So that would reduce the project asked by about $7 million.
But that's not a guarantee, right? Like, the other options are not a guarantee, but it is something we can explore.
Right. And it would be, yes, it would be 5 for the box hangars, and then 4 for the T hangars, and that would allow planning to construct for the T hangars 10 to 20 of the individual T hangars, which are those parking spaces for aircraft, and then 4 hangars and all the utilities and roadways that would serve the box hangars, which are those large 100 by 100 hangar facilities. And then we would hope that this would, again, act as that catalyst for private sector development. But it's, we wanted to make sure that the court, we wanted to ask the court to consider that. If you all would like, we can stick with the existing budget just to build everything out. But other airports in the region do take this alternative approach through the ground lease, and they've seen some pretty significant investment in their facilities over time.
Can I ask, both of those have a CO next to them? What is the premise for using a CO on that as opposed to a GO?
It's eligible under transportation. And so if you look at the CO column and the feedback here, you can see that it was 3 members of the court preferring CO and 1 member of the court preferring GO. That's for
Generally, I mean, we have to also take into consideration, like, if certain projects, the public is not going to be supportive if it's very centric to certain things, unless they see it as truly a community asset. So I don't know, from a election perspective, if the Fabens Airport would be seen that way yet.
I would be fine with reducing the amounts as you suggested.
Do I have consensus on that? So we would reduce 47 to 5 million, and then reduce 56 to 4 million. $57 is similar consideration. There's a $20 million placeholder in that. There's some strategic property that's located around the airport, multiple parcels across multiple sites. Some of more priority than others. We could reduce that amount by half if the court wanted to pursue that option as well, to just make the project a little bit more focused. That's certainly an option. And then while we're on this, 57 is a project where the court was split between the CO and the GO. I would say that there is some property that if we could acquire soon would really strategic the airport well, and perhaps a larger ask might be possible under the GO, so we might actually split this and do some very strategic acquisitions now and some broader acquisitions if the voters were to approve it. Once we get a chance to put some of the investment in with the CO, that might be an option to consider as well, but would defer to the court on how you all would like to proceed on that.
So the suggestion is to keep it as a CO, but reduce it to 10 million instead of the 20?
Yes, ma'am.
I would be fine with that as well.
Judge Commissioner Stout.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
In project 66, the Square Dance Linear Park construction, this was, again, this project already has tax note funding for construction. The idea in including it for your review and consideration was to consider adding it to the CO so that the money in the tax note could be used for some improvements to the Fabens Airport fuel farm, as well as the automated weather observation system. But it was listed under the GO, which is why I wanted just to ask if the court wanted to, the court could take no action on Square Dance Linear Park, allow the construction to still be financed under the tax note, or we could make those improvements to the Fabens Airport and then add the construction of the linear park into the CO. Since the court's already set aside funding for construction on this project, it's a little different from some of the other park improvements that were in the list.
And the amount would remain the same?
The amount would be 2.2 million. Yeah. And of course, if the court doesn't want to add it to the CO, we can just let it remain funded through the tax note at this point. That's another option as well.
I think it's a good idea.
Judge,
Yes.
Commissioners? Okay, so we'll move this to the CO. And then the last project here, JPD, we're still working on adding the formal project description here, but these last projects were the ones that were added the day of, and so we didn't have a clear consensus on what, not everyone voted. We only had 2 of you vote on these, and so we wanted to go over these with the court in detail. So that $7 million figure are improvements to JPD, which include their roofing, their HVAC system, the sanitary sewer line replacement, as well as a security system upgrade. These mirror the same improvements that have been made or are being made to the downtown detention facility because the facilities are roughly the same age. And so these are very much a keep the lights on type of investment. So our recommendation would be that they considered being added to the certificate of obligation, just given the urgency for these facilities, but wanted to ensure that the court was in agreement with adding them under the CO.
Well, say, just a quick question in reference to the tax office. That's $750. What do we mean by that? What? improvements?
So the Manny Martinez Annex under Project 72 would, the annex there located off the entrance to Escalante Park, it would be relocating some of the parks and AgriLife staff into a new space, and then building out that second story for the tax office.
Okay, thank you.
Is there consensus on the JPD improvements?
Okay, you're just talking about the JPD moving them to CO?
Right now, yes, sir, we're just on 69. The Commissioner's question was on Project 72. And these are improvements that the department has submitted on an annual basis through CIP and have been told there's a CO coming. And so these are really critical improvements to that facility.
Yeah, and what we've been talking about these improvements for years, that they have to take place.
You can see it scores very high, right? It scores 80, just given it's the department's prioritization and how it ranks in terms of the fact that it's tied into replacing end-of-life equipment. So our only question is if the court would support adding this to the CO, which is our recommendation.
Okay with that?
Yeah.
The downtown annex, it's a very large dollar amount.
Well, that's more than the amount. of
Right, it's
the
more than the
CO
amount that we have
that we
capacity to
ran.
issue under the GO and the CO. In speaking with Ms. Palacios in Public Works, there was discussion about potentially phasing out some of those improvements and adding perhaps a few stories and laying a foundation that could be added to in the future. So the amount would be sizable for a facility like this, given the space needs the county has and the space that it's undergoing. Doing some preliminary planning on what that need would be, would need to occur. So this makes sense to put into the GO, and then we can work with them on phasing the amounts in and making sure that there's a dollar amount that's fits in and is agreeable to the court. So on this one, it would be a GO, but we just need that consensus to add to the list.
Yes.
Just to clarify, Jose, we're still going through, those numbers and those rankings will still be a factor before we bring back the final recommendations to the court.
Yes.
Under each type, CO, GO. So just because it's on the list does not mean.
Right, and so, and thank you, Ms. Keller. So this is a document that is living and that we'll update. And so our goal here is twofold, is to finish this, then come up with your CO project listing that will extract projects from here. And then this document continues to live and we add projects to it and we get ready to tee up our CIP program as well as a potential issuance that would be considered by the voters. So this is a strategic document for the court in terms of capital planning needs for all these departments moving forward. The SO property, there's property immediately abutting the annex out on Montana that is currently for sale. It's been identified as a good acquisition by Public Works, but we had two under the CO, but we didn't have that third vote to determine whether this was appropriate under the CO or the general obligation election. It's about 1.7 million. I wanted to ask if the court had any. It is a little time sensitive because the property is up for sale. There's potential someone else could acquire it and then develop it, which could then encroach upon the county's property and the sheriff's office property, which is what we're trying to avoid. This is a good example of a project that ranks relatively low, but is a high priority just given the nature and the benefit. So this is something that we'd ask the court to consider adding to the CO listing if you all see the value in that as well.
And what would we be using that property for? Does the sheriff's office, did the sheriff request an expansion of the office, or what would the use be?
It would be for future expansion. The idea being that if that land is going to be for sale, this is the county's opportunity to acquire it to make sure that it isn't acquired by another property and developed.
And the compatible use issue also, so that something doesn't go in there that would be incompatible with our operations there. But there's been various issues we've talked about. Our fleet area needs expansion. Right now, it's very tight for the sheriff's fleet area. On our facilities maintenance area there, where there's certain areas you can't even get to the parts because there's other stuff stored in that area. So there's just that maintenance building alone needs expansion. And so if we could move out fleet or facilities and take over their area in the existing building and build out for them alone, that would be a big benefit to the sheriff's operations.
And the cost for the build-out, that's not included here, this is just the property.
This is just the property.
And so do we have an estimate on what that cost for the build-out would be?
That would be a future estimated expense. Those are those metal, basically prefabricated buildings. They probably would not be as expensive, but you still have to plumb them, electric, heating, cooling. So we'd have to look at that expense in the future.
Infrastructure is working on a similar build-out for the Canotio warehouse, and majority of that project cost funded under ARPA is related to acquiring the land. And then they're looking, total all-in for the building and the land is a project of about $2 million. So you'd be looking at potentially being able to fund some of that build-out through subsequent CIP programs. Right now, the highest dollar amount is going to be the acquisition of the land. Their consensus to add this to the CO listing. And then the last project, the one that Commissioner Leon asked about, the Manny Martinez Annex, some improvements to accommodate the tax office's main office, as well as relocating the county Parks Department, and this falls in line with the entrance expansion project, right? Trying to make more strategic use of that property. We had two members of the court who voted saying that it should be included on the CO. We just wanted to confirm that the court was in agreement with adding it to the CO.
So I guess that kind of goes back to the comment that I made earlier about the savings that we're going to see once our current debt falls off. Like, this is a pretty relatively small dollar amount. I don't know why we have to keep adding that to the CO amount. I mean, I can't imagine with some of the savings, we might not be able to cover some of these smaller expenses. Certainly, JPD is $7 million, those are much larger. But I wish we could find a way to pay for these smaller dollar amount asks without having to add to our debt to do it. That was kind of my point behind the comment that I made, maybe trying to save some of the money that we're not going to be paying out anymore, so that we're kind of paying as we go for these smaller projects, as opposed to just adding more and more and more to a CO.
And I think that the court does have, and that's really helpful, because I understand where you're coming from. The only issue is that the court would still run into an issue of trying to cover that maybe under our CIP, which is funded out of the M&O side of the tax rate. The INS rate is calculated automatically for us, and there's nothing that the court can do to change that. That is what it is based on our debt service. But the M&O side is reflective of the decisions that the court makes. And so if the intent is to try and continue to stay on this path to follow the no new revenue tax rate that the court has done over the past couple of years, you're going to have limited ability to continue to do that if you're trying to add capital items into that operation. And I think that's, in some of the forecasts that Mr. Dion and the auditor's office have provided us, I think that's where we're starting to see that we're coming to a point where expenses are going to outpace revenue growth. And that's a big concern in terms of even things like the CIP, which we funded about $10 million annually. Half of that is replacement of things that need to be replaced, and then the other half is project specific. So this is a good project that could be potentially phased out over 2 years, and it would fall under that $500,000 amount. But to do it all at once, I don't know that the court would be in a position to necessarily take some of that savings without having to consider raising the M&O side of the tax rate.
And I'm not saying it's going to be easy to do, right?
Right.
I mean, there's going to be difficult decisions, and there's going to be a lot of belt tightening. But I'm just wondering if, for these smaller projects, it's better to just pay as we go and not keep adding to our debt. I know that would be my preference.
We can work on potentially, if the court's in agreement, then maybe moving this one out of the CO issuance and into the 23 CIP, and trying to figure out how that could could work. We've not begun the planning process for CIP. Our focus has been on the certificates of obligation, but we are working on developing a two-year CIP process that mirrors the strategic plan. And so the benefit of that is that we have more capacity to fund projects that are a little bit above $500,000, which has been the traditional cutoff for CIP. That certainly could be an option to consider. Is there a preference?
So let me just understand and recap this really quick. So I think what I'm hearing you say, Commissioner Olguin, is you're considering the concept of lower the INS side, but increase the M&O side to have that same amount of money.
In all of those figures to even be able to consider other options other than the 100 million in CO. So that's just what I'm asking for, if we could see all of these other options.
Sure. So we're working the three levels, but if what you're saying is if we did not renew the debt, which would take our M&O side down approximately I'd have to go back to the presentation from Friday or from Thursday, but I think it would take it down, the INS side down by 1 point something cents. To have that money available, you'd have to increase to buy stuff like on an annual basis, on a cash basis. You'd have to move it over to the M&O side, which would probably exceed the amount that we can do without having to go to the voter.
Right, because of the caps.
There's a cap on the M&O side, and if you take our M&O side, it's going to be like point.
But that's exactly why I'm asking the questions, because we haven't had those discussions. Like, we haven't talked about those figures.
Sure.
So, I feel like I'm not ready to commit yet without knowing the answers to those questions. And it may turn out that it's not possible, but I feel like we haven't even really discussed it. And it's hard when we talk about, 1.2 cents. I mean, I'd rather see it in dollar amounts, because that's much more, for sure, easily understandable to me, and I'm sure to the public as well.
Okay.
And as property values continue to increase, we're gonna see that cap below our current tax rate as it was this year. So we're automatically going to have to go lower next year on the tax rate than we did this year, just because of the tax cap, right? And so there's no room for us to add another $5 million or $10 million unless we cut it from somewhere else, which, that's a whole can of worms or a feed in and of itself, right? Because when you look at, in my opinion, when you look at budgeting, you look at where you spend the most, and where do we spend the most? On public safety and on the courts. I don't know if anybody on this court wants to cut public safety spending, and I mean, that's 70% of our budget. So, I mean, those are realities, but I understand, like, we need to look at that in the context.
I feel like we at least have to have those discussions, right? I mean, we may ultimately not be able to do it, but I feel like we have to at least have those discussions and have those numbers.
And before the rules at the state changed in terms of calculating your tax rate, there was some expectation that agencies could keep the tax rate flat and still generate new operating revenue, but the new rules do take away some of that opportunity, some of that ability. But we can certainly work to knowing that information, ask Brad to discuss that with the court on Monday, so you all have that information heading into these final weeks.
And we can put together some estimated slides on, like, based on current tax rate and projected property tax growth, what would be the amount we would be able to add to M&O if we did not add to INS, and what would that generate if we wanted to try to cash fund anything? But I believe it's going to be like less than $5 million you'd be generating, but I need to get that number for sure.
And Betsy, just to follow up, I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say thank you for that. I think we need to.
Following up on what Commissioner Holguin said, by moving it from the COs to capital, would it delay any project?
Well, you're not going to have money for big projects all at once. You're not going to be able to do a JPD roofing and everything in 1 year. Because you're not going to be able to generate $7 million in 1 year to pay. And purchasing won't let us, we learned this the hard way this year. If we don't have the money in our bank, basically, they won't let us commit to a long-term contract, even if we're generating future revenue off of it.
And if you're looking at places like the JPD, I mean, that's something that we have to do. The tax office, as you know, there's so many complaints being generated about the tax office, and because they don't have the space. And see, that's my only concern, that we, by doing this, I'm not saying it's a bad idea, by doing this, we delay some of these projects that have to get done. They just have to get done.
And if you look right now, we do fund, there are some small capital things we fund right now with cash. We use a penny. There's 1 penny that for the more small, unexpected items that come up every year. And with 1 penny, we generate just about $5 million. So if we're talking about moving just around 1 penny, that's where I'm getting the $5 million is what we would generate from the debt side to the M&O side.
We'll certainly work with the financial advisor to come back with that. Ultimately, the tax rate collectively, just to understand what you're proposing, Commissioner, right? So if our debt service were to fall off, our debt service payment was, and this is just a number, right, $200,000, and that takes a penny to generate what that debt service looks like. What is that? And we added that, we transferred that effectively from the INS to the M&O side to keep the collective tax rate flat as well. How much operating revenue will we have on an annual basis?
And that's what I'm asking, because
Okay.
I honestly have no idea what
Yes, ma'am.
those amounts are that we're talking about. So I feel like we need to know what those amounts are.
Okay, yes, ma'am. We'll work through that and make sure that we have that information to the court sooner, and then it's presented next week as well. We still didn't make a decision on Manny Martinez on that annex, but while we're discussing the county annexes, I did want to bring all of them up because there was a bit of a split. You had the Isleta and the Mission Ridge Annex. The Mission Ridge would be a new facility. Isleta Annex would be modernizing and expanding to the existing facility. The Far East Montana would be a new facility. And then the East Side Annex, modernization and renovation, would be adding on to an existing facility. Wanted to present them all collectively for the court to see and determine if there was a preference on whether adding these to the CO or the GO, because the ones that did receive consensus, the Isleta and the Mission Ridge, were all listed under the general obligation, but then East Lake, the East Side, modernization, and the Far East Montana, which is an existing and a new facility, didn't receive consensus on CO versus GO. So these are, from the purposes of an election, these are good projects to put into individual neighborhoods so residents in those immediate areas feel that they have a reason to come out and vote for that because they can see that these improvements are going to help increase their access. Similar to the parks, a lot of those local parks, the Corps was very consistent in adding those to the COs, to the GOs. And so that would be our recommendation here, that you just consider if there is a priority for some reason and you want to move some into the CO versus the GO, otherwise that they be considered added to the general obligation election. And the top four are the higher dollar amounts, and then the Manny Martinez one is $750,000. So we still don't have some clear direction on those. But is the court in agreement on 17 and 18 to follow the court's other previous votes and adding those to the GO election?
Yes.
Fine with that.
Yes.
And then 72 would be the Manny Martinez. How would the court like to proceed with that?
Yeah, my thoughts are because of the public need that we have there and over on the George Dieter facility. I mean, if we generate complaints, it's out of there because of the space limitations. So my own personal opinion is to keep that under COs.
The Manny Martinez project?
Yeah, Manny Martinez.
At Escalante Park. their consensus then on Manny Martinez to add that to the CO. And again, this is not your project selection. This is just, the court's preference, and then what we're going to do is come back with lists that say if you issued 50, 75, and 100 million, here's the projects that you could potentially add into that based on the ranking. And that's just information for your decision-making. You could say, we want to move this project out and maybe move this project in. That's the intent of the presentation next Monday, but we needed to finalize your input so that we could actually structure those lists for your review. We'll add this to the CO. Then we're almost done. The last one, we're wanted to clear up the preferred issuance type. There were still some that were pending, and we're just going to try and go. At this point, we've cleared up most of them. There's 9 left. The Island Park paving and Escalante Park, all of these are splits 2 and 2. So we're asking for the court to consider whether to add that to the CO or move that into the GO. And again, that's not your final project selection. This is just all things separate. Where would you prefer to see this type of project added, to the CO or to the GO?
This is part of the overall updates to the park. It's to include curbs, pave the parking area, the major parking area of the park.
I would prefer CO.
But going back to the comment that Betsy made not too long ago, and I think, Jose, you alluded to it too, for parks and things like that, especially something perceived to be a community asset, where we think the community would be in support of it, would that not be better to go towards a GO?
Yes, and so we do have to be, there's some consideration in terms of creating these anchor projects. Obviously, Escalante Park is the county's, as a geography, right? This is our community's largest park. It's over 400 acres. It's huge. And so there are some things related to just ensuring that it's successful, even if a GO were to fail. This need would exist, right? So I think that's a distinction in the paving versus perhaps the festival area, right? So that is the lens that I think that the court, that might help the court go through this list pretty quick, is if we did nothing except this, is this necessary to make sure the facility is successful, and introducing curbs are good for pedestrians and safety, and having, upgraded paving is as well. So, you can see that this would potentially be a good fit under the CO versus a GO.
So 22, project 22?
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense.
The festival area, Phase 3, the outdoor stage, and Phase 2, those are all pending split 2 and 2. There's one that the court would like to see. Parks are allowed under COs. They are authorized under COs. Any improvements that you all would like to see, all of these could be under the CO, or they could all go under the GO. It's really the court's decision, but you all, when you were asked to vote, were split 2 and 2.
Did you have a recommendation on that?
The outdoor stage probably lends, what we can do perhaps is work with the department and ask Ms. Myers if she has some things that are a little bit more mission critical for what the business plan for the facility is and what it will be in the future. And we can, if the court is okay with that, bring those back next week and let you know what the decision is. If you agree to forego a recommendation at this point on these, but then allow us to work with parks to see what they would recommend as being more mission critical, and then we can add those in under the CO. Things that are a little bit more of an enhancement, we can potentially structure under the GO.
I mean, I'd rather, if we can, do 25 and 27 under a CO, and then the stage under, if we have to do it under a GO, then the stage under a GO, because I think the festival area is really renovation. It's not something new, and I think that it's we've already started on the festival area with Phase 1. It's already been taken care of. I would advocate for COs for 25 and 27.
And Commissioner, but you, I agree with you, but you're eliminating the amphitheater or the stage area?
No, I'm just saying I would if we had to choose between a CO and a GO, I would, for the festival portions, I would choose a CO and for the stage, a GO. Since it's a new addition, it's not necessarily a renovation or an upgrade. It's actually a new.
The commissioner makes a good point. If you look at the project descriptions, they're looking at repurposing the existing facilities that are there that were left behind once Western Playland moved out, including some of the old concrete that needs to be demolished and removed, as well as the Grand Prix facility under Phase 3. So those are continuations of existing renovations that have occurred. The outdoor stage would be constructing something new. But the amphitheater is separate and apart from these conversations.
And there's more. I mean, we can't really see the last one. How many, so it looks like all of the remaining pending ones are all related to Ascarate, is that correct?
And then there's a few county parks. This last one, this was something that our office added. We have an existing contract with the vendor that has made some modifications to the MDR and courthouse, and so while we have them under contract and we've gone through that procurement, there's value in increasing security for all county facilities. The idea would be that one badge. If I had an office, or Commissioner, you have an office in Fabens, and so you would be able to enter that facility using the same credentials that you enter the courthouse.
If I may, so this, in my opinion, is not a good idea for a GO. This is an internal, and it is a security issue, and it's been really important to us. So to me, it seems more CO appropriate.
If the court agrees with that, we can change that one. And then, so a majority of them, so the other ones are all Escalate Park, and then here you have replacement of existing sidewalk at various parks throughout the county to replace it with hike and bike trail, just to promote walking. And asphalt is better on the knees than concrete is, which is why the department was proposing it. But this one is an enhancement of what's already there. There's existing concrete there. The court could go either way. The scope of the work could lend itself to GO versus CO.
I mean, I agree with the comments that both you and Betsy made about park, funding for parks is more suited to the GO.
Would you prefer to see
Yes.
these all under the GO?
I would, yes.
But which ones, Commissioner Stout, did you?
Right.
Judge and the Commissioner Leon to weigh in.
Yeah, I'm just interested, I want to recall what Commissioner Stout was separating into COs.
So I was looking at the top ones there. I hadn't seen the electric and the pavilion parking expansion, but I was talking about the festival area, Phase 2 and 3, to be considered to be as COs, not GO. That the stage at this point could be a GO. I mean, I don't know if we want to separate all three of those out since they're all part of the festival area, but and then can you go down a little bit? So that's, I was just thinking that the festival plans be a CO, and then the rest could go under a GO. What are you, is that?
So Commissioner, you were saying that projects 25 and 27 be added to the CO, and then projects 26, 30, and 32 all go under the GO.
Yeah, I mean, if we have to put them under GO, yes. I mean, I would prefer all of them to be COs, but I mean, if we're.
And just in the interest of trying to get some consensus from the court.
I'm okay with it.
Okay, so then Judge, we'll do this one, GO, because we have clear consensus on that. And then on 25 and 27, Commissioner Holguin, I know you mentioned wanting them all under GO.
Yes.
But is there consensus from the other members of the court to add these under CO or GO? That's what we're still pending on the festival area.
Now, again, are those the ones that?
Those are the ones that Commissioner Stout pointed to as being in a continuation of the existing renovation the court's done, the county's done already.
Okay, no, I'll go along with his recommendation insofar as seals for those.
Judge, are you in agreement with that?
Yes.
Okay. So with this, we'll send an updated, and then the county hike and bike trails, I think we had said to move this to the GO. So that takes all of the items that are pending. Our next steps will be to rank this list with that staggered approach, the 50, 7,500. We'll share that with your offices, and then we'll make sure that we have that additional information from financial advisor and hopefully package those together in a single email for you all to review. And then we'll work on coming up with the presentation for next Monday, the 14th. Any other questions or comments or direction the court would like to offer on this?
No, great job. We're getting there. Streamlining the.
Jose, do you think you could attach some sort of time frame? If you go in this direction, it looks like we can do it within this next budget year, or in this direction, it'll be, we're looking at 2 to 5 years.
For individual projects?
For money.
Or for,
Are you asking we'd be able to get the money, or we'd be able to finish the project?
I think both.
So using the Manny Martinez annex as an example, if we were to fund that under the COs, what the project schedule would look like versus if we went through CIP?
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be an exact science.
Just an estimate
Yeah.
for planning purposes. Yes, sir. Great. Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. You have a great rest of your
Great
week.
work.
Great job.
Thank you.
This is over the weekend almost that they did this.
So no action for item number 10.
Did we get Dr. Carranza on the?
Have Dr. Ocaranza, if we could do item 11?
Yeah. We'll do that one and then break for lunch, I guess.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Item number 11, discuss and take appropriate action regarding El Paso County's preparation and response for public health emergencies.
Welcome, Dr. Carranza.
Thank you very much, Judge, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to present an update on what it's been like on respiratory infections, and we're going to speak about the COVID, but also about the monkeypox. And the one that is a pressing issue is the respiratory illnesses in our community, which is taking center stage, not just here in our community, but across the state and across the country as well. This is the season where we see everybody getting sick, but it is way too early for these illnesses, and is having to take a toll on some of the hospitals, particularly in the pediatric area, because of the influx of patients coming from RSV, influenza, and other respiratory viruses. So if I may, I'll share my screen so I can show a brief presentation that I have. And I hope you all can see my screen.
Yes.
Excellent. So we're going to start with the COVID. And as far as the COVID, the number of positive cases per 100,000 remains low, but this can very quickly change and start seeing a very high number of positive cases. As a reminder, the number of positive cases that we report is just a small fraction of what is happening in the community, but it gives us a gauge as far as how we're doing across the community. The hospital admissions, we see that it's low, but it's starting to rise again. And this is one of the metrics that we're going to be keeping a very close eye, because, again, this one also can change very rapidly. And across the country, we see that this is happening in those that are unimmunized, those that are under-immunized, or those that haven't kept up to date with a new booster. The new booster is called bivalent because it has Omicron variant and the regular COVID. And for those in the community that might be wondering what is the difference, well, the COVID virus has changed, and now we're going into the variant called Omicron for the Greek letter. And what it is expected is that these two sub-variants of the Omicron are going to be the ones circulating in the winter all across the country, not just in our community. And by getting this bivalent booster, we're going to be protecting those that are considered high risk, but we need to just not immunize those that are considered high risk, but everybody in the family, because we want families to spend it together during this holiday season. And this holiday season is just around the corner. So we want everybody to celebrate, but celebrate healthy. What else can we do? One of the other preventive measures is that non-pharmacological interventions, which is wash your hands very well when you go to public places, when you do your grocery shopping, when you go do your other shopping, when you're going to congregate settings, when you go to large gatherings, wash your hands very often. Stay home if you're sick. And if you prefer not to go to those large gatherings, even better, particularly those that have those chronic conditions, because then people can get sick, not just from the COVID, but from the flu, from RSV, from other respiratory viruses. We are offering testing for those that are having symptoms, and the testing is done at kiosks that has been strategically distributed across the community, where people can still get tested free of charge. If they choose to go by the home test that is at the pharmacies, that's also a very good tool. But this one that we're offering at the kiosk is a PCR, very sensitive, more sensitive than the ones that the home test that they have in the pharmacies. And for those that want to receive the vaccination, we have the vaccine free of charge, along with the flu shot that they can receive, and people can receive the flu shot also free of charge in the COVID clinics as well. Many other venues can offer the flu shot, but unfortunately, sometimes they charge for the vaccine. We're still committed to the community, and we're offering those vaccinations free of charge. This is the visualization of what's happening as far as the new COVID cases per 100,000. As you see, we have very low numbers, and it plateaued, but now we're seeing a slight increase on those. And this is the one that we are going to be keeping a very, very close eye, which is the hospitalization. We see how it goes down, it peaks, and then goes down, but this can go up again very rapidly. And we need to protect our loved ones from the COVID and from other respiratory infections. Now, giving an update as far as the respiratory illnesses, because I wanted to give a more generic overview of what's happening across the country in our community by telling you about the respiratory illnesses. And this will include RSV, respiratory syncytial virus. This will include influenza. And we see it in the pediatric population very, very markedly, how everybody has gotten sick. And Texas is reporting a high flu activity across the country. It's one of the few states that has reported the high flu activity. RSV has been in the news quite a bit because of the potential that it has of causing complications, in particular in the pediatric population, but also in the senior citizens as well. Those people that have those chronic respiratory conditions, those that have a very weak immune system, can be affected by the RSV as well. It's not a disease that is exclusive of the pediatric population. What we're seeing is that there's a very sharp increase in the outpatient influenza-like illness visits in all the physicians. And if you go around, all the physicians' offices are full of people that are getting sick at this moment. We need to be careful, particularly those infants, very young babies, or those that have chronic conditions, those that have heart conditions that predispose them to more severe infections, those that have a very weak immune system, the ones that are ongoing cancer treatment as well, or certain conditions that they need to have a weak immune system. Please be very careful. We're also offering pop-up events And we have been working collaboratively with many organizations to have pop-up events and offer the free flu shot to the community. This is a very good opportunity to come and get your flu shot, because you're going to be seeing across the community people are getting sick with the flu. And the flu is not just any other cold. It is people that have the flu, they feel the effects of the flu. This is the visualization of what's been happening across the country with influenza-like illness and the outpatient visit. This is what we see in the physician's offices, people coming sick with respiratory symptoms. And if you see in the line that it has the little triangles, we can see that, let me put the pointer. We can see how it started to go up really sharply and a lot sooner than the rest of the years. This is concerning, and this is what we're going to be seeing all across our community as well. In the state of Texas, influenza-like illness is behaving very similarly to what we're seeing, and it's mirroring what we're seeing across the country, where this year started early and it started high in the percentage of visits for influenza-like illness compared to the highest year, which was 2019 and 2020. So this year is starting to be one that is going to be affecting us a lot more. On the positive test for influenza, we can see that the vast majority is due to influenza A. And there's two influenzas. When we talk about flu, it's not just a regular cold, although many people indistinctly use the term flu for any kind of cold, but the flu is related to the influenza virus. The influenza virus, there's influenza A and the influenza B. And the good thing about the vaccine that we're offering, it has both strains. It is called quadrivalent, 2 strains of influenza A and 2 strains of influenza B, which is meant to protect us against what's going to be circulating. And CDC is very hopeful that this year's influenza vaccination is going to give us a high rate of protection. So let's continue to strongly recommend vaccination as a way to prevent these infections and the way to prevent going to the hospital with some of those complications. As far as influenza activity in our community, we can see, and I wanted for people to pay attention to the blue line. The thick blue line represents this year's 2022-2023 influenza season, which is starting to rise even a little bit faster than what we saw in 2019 and 2020, which mirror what we saw across the country in previous visualization. We need to protect ourselves, and the best way is by the vaccination and the non-pharmacological tools that we have at our disposition that we have talked about many times in regards to the COVID. This is what's been happening across Texas with the RSV, respiratory syncytial virus. The amount of tests that they've been doing as far as antigen, and this is in regards to the antigen test, we will see also in regards to the PCR test, and then we're going to be looking at the data that we have locally. But as you can see, it started to rise mid-September, late September, and it continues, and we're seeing a large number of children hospitalized with RSV and its complications at this moment locally. This is as far as PCR testing, and most of the PCR test is being done in the hospitals, and we see how it has increased past that threshold dotted line. This is what's happening in our region, and there's still data that need to be collected and posted by the state. But as we can see, even from the beginning of October, we see a sharp rise of the number of RSV cases, which we're seeing that is going to be even higher now at the beginning of the month of November. And moving over to the monkeypox. Monkeypox has been very low in our communities, has a very low activity, and we hope that we continue to see and remains like this, mainly because of what the community has been doing to protect themselves against the monkeypox, which includes all the non-pharmacological preventive tools that we have advised, but also the vaccination is another one of the tools. We have been offering the vaccination for the monkeypox, and this vaccination now we have administered about 500 doses of the vaccine. we have to remind the court that we didn't receive that many doses of the vaccine by the state, but we're judiciously administering the vaccination, and now to those that are still considered high risk, they can come and receive the vaccination, and we will be happy to administer the vaccine to those that are considered high risk. We have trained personnel that is meticulous at how to administer properly the vaccination because it's not as common as any other vaccination. And we wanted to continue to offer this service to the community as well. This is what's been happening as far as the monkeypox in this country. And as we see that it has a very low activity, but the CDC expects that it's not going to go down to zero. It will continue to have some very low activity, but nonetheless, we continue to have those recommendations as far as prevention. That starts with avoiding meeting people that might be exposed or might be infected with the monkeypox, people that we do not know that we might meet on social media, and the vaccination as well. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Great job, Dr. Ocaranza. Thank you for the update. Any questions? Yes, Commissioner Holguín?
Good morning, Dr. Ocaranza. So I just wanted to make sure I understood. The clinics are offering the free flu shots. Can residents get both the bivalent and the flu shot at the same time, or should they wait and not do them at the same time, or can they just get them both while they're there?
No, they can both while they're there, and the CDC has given the green light so people can receive the vaccinations that they need, and that's what we're offering, the vaccination at the same time. So this one is going to be a one-stop shop. Get both shots at the same time. You might be a little sore, but a lot of the people don't experience much reaction, but it's going to be great when the people come, they can get both shots at the same time.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
You got both of them?
Any other questions? No? Well, Doctor, as always, thank you. We look forward to these updates. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. You guys have a good day.
Caesar?
Judge, would you like to break for the court's afternoon recess?
Yes, please.
Okay, 1 hour, sir?
Yeah, back at 1, or you want the full hour?
1 o'clock.
Back at 1? Yeah, back at 1 o'clock.
Commissioners, court will recess till 1 p.m. It is 12:07 p.m.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
We think this park needs more shade.
These are the biggest ones.
It is too hot in El Paso, and so we want to make it more beautiful, at the same time create shade more pleasant for everyone to enjoy. And we're planting 90 trees at Escarate Park, all over the park and in the golf course. So we're very excited and thankful that we were chosen by the El Paso Downtown Lions Club for this project. Today, I haven't counted them, but I'm going to guess around 10 from my organization. We also partnered with Echo El Paso, and they came and have people helping. And we also asked for the Master Gardeners to come from Texas A&M. I know that it will bring much needed shade and just again, just a windbreaker as well for, you know, the heavy gusty winds that we get here in El Paso. So it's going to be something that the whole community will be able to enjoy.
Everyone has been talking in the news about a carbon reduction type machinery, some sort of mechanism. Well, nature's got us beat on that, and that's trees. Not only do we have a scarcity of trees here, but they also help cool the ground, combat the urban heat island effect. As they grow, they also beautify our neighborhoods, our parks.
This is the fun part of our job. This is what we love to do. So happy to help however we can, and just excited that we were selected by both of these agencies.
So we're planting a lot of drought-tolerant native trees. So we got Palo Verdes, we got Arizona ash, we got gray woods.
Once they're established, they won't need as much water. Create a lot of shade.
But also become and invite habitats, wildlife. Everybody who's been a long resident of El Paso knows in winter we see a lot of very exotic birds.
We just like to do this to enhance the community.
I want to welcome everybody today to the El Paso County and Lower Valley Water District ribbon cutting event for the first time wastewater project for the El Conquistador and Lourdes subdivision.
So today we connected 2 more neighborhoods to sewer services. So these are 2 neighborhoods that now don't have to rely on septic tanks, that many of which are 20, 30 years old, have started to fail, can cause very serious health issues for the residents.
It's because you have to be empty them and you have to be careful that it won't get like spilled, or you have to be very cautious with that because of the environment. So it is a nuisance for to have a septic tank.
1, 2,
3.
All right.
The project, we started this project 3 years ago. We had a meeting with the community complaining about their septic tanks. So we saw an opportunity coming out from the state, about $1 million grant funding. So we went ahead and seek the court's approval.
This particular project was made possible through funding that the county received from the Texas Department of Agriculture. The Lower Valley Water District contributed $2 million towards the project. The grant that the county received from the Department of Agriculture was for $1 million. So total, that was the cost of the project, $3 million to connect about 100 homes to first-time sewer service.
So the contractor approximately 4 or 5 miles worth of infrastructure that they laid. Like if you see behind me, the green pipes behind me, those are the 8-inch pipes that were used on the street. So of course they have to get an excavator, tear part of the roads, excavate 5 feet, and there's some areas all the way in Lourdes area they went down to 15 feet down. They put the pipe, connect the pipe together to include the service ladder and the service connection for each house, to include those large manholes behind us as well. They cover it, compact it very well. Then after that, lay the new layer of asphalt on top of it. After they complete that portion and test the pipes, they went ahead and inside the property. They connected the service lines from the property line all the way to the house. After they connected it, it's working fine. They went ahead and decommissioned the existing septic tanks. I mean, it's a big relief to me, and it gives me a pleasure at the end.
Connecting families to water and wastewater infrastructure is a priority for this court. One day we can say that every person in El Paso County has access to water and wastewater.
I think it's good for the community. It's better for the environment as well. And I think it's just a good quality right now.
Say hi, mamas. Say hi. We just wanted to do something funny and creative this year, something different, something that nobody would think about.
It was just a Halloween event, something fun for the department to do.
We're barely putting their costumes on.
It is a fundraising benefit for our spay and neuter clinic that helps our community with free surgeries, free microchips, and free vaccines.
So yes, I like coming to social events with my chihuahuas. I like for them to be around other dogs. And Halloween, we just love it, so we could be together and dress up.
So we actually had our puppy plunge, so we gave them the opportunity to go and swim in our kiddie pool.
Did you guys want to participate in the plunge?
We just wanted to interact a little bit more with the community.
Sit. Shiner, sit.
We wanted to show them that we're a little bit fun too and wanted to participate in Halloween.
We love it. We love to see that there's a bunch of events that we can attend. I love taking the dogs out.
Hilarious. We had some really great turnout with something we didn't expect. The DIYs and the funniest were pretty good, pretty awesome to see.
Hoagie and Bumble.
Dumb and Dumber. That one was funny.
This is Psycho. She doesn't like it. She dreads Halloween. She gives me those eyes like, not again, Mom. Killer, this is Killer. He's okay. He likes it. Yeah, and Terminator down there, well, he's our new addition, and I guess he's liking it so far. This is beautiful because there's not a lot of dog events here in El Paso, and I think this is nice that the community is coming together while their dogs, because there's a lot of dog moms, dog dads, they want to do stuff with their dogs.
It's important for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too. And if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
We think this park needs more shade.
These are the biggest ones.
It is too hot in El Paso, and so we want to make it more beautiful, at the same time create shade more pleasant for everyone to enjoy. And we're planting 90 trees at Escarate Park, all over the park and in the golf course. So we're very excited and thankful that we were chosen by the El Paso Downtown Lions Club for this project. Today, I haven't counted them, but I'm going to guess around 10 from my organization. We also partnered with Echo El Paso, and they came and have people helping. And we also asked for the Master Gardeners to come from Texas A&M. I know that it will bring much needed shade and just, again, just a windbreaker as well for, you know, the heavy gusty winds that we get here in El Paso. So it's going to be something that the whole community will be able to enjoy.
Everyone has been talking in the news about a carbon reduction type machinery, some sort of mechanism. Well, nature's got us beat on that, and that's trees. Not only do we have a scarcity of trees here, but they also help cool the ground, combat the urban heat island effect. As they grow, they also beautify our neighborhoods, our parks.
This is the fun part of our job. This is what we love to do. So happy to help however we can, and just excited that we were selected by both of these agencies.
So we're planting a lot of drought-tolerant native trees. So we got Palo Verdes, we got Arizona ash, we got Raywoods.
Once they're established, they won't need as much water. Create a lot of shade.
But also become and invite habitats, wildlife. Everybody who's been a long resident of El Paso knows in winter we see a lot of very exotic birds.
We just like to do this to enhance the community.
I want to welcome everybody today to the El Paso County and Lower Valley Water District ribbon cutting event for the first time wastewater project for the El Conquistador and Lourdes subdivision.
So today we connected 2 more neighborhoods to sewer services. So these are 2 neighborhoods that now don't have to rely on septic tanks, that many of which are 20, 30 years old, have started to fail, can cause very serious health issues for the residents.
It's because you have to be emptying them and you have to be careful that it won't get like spilled, or you have to be very cautious with that because of the environment. So it is a nuisance to have a septic tank.
1, 2, 3.
3.
The project, we started this project 3 years ago. We had a meeting with the community complaining about their septic tanks. So we saw an opportunity coming out from the state, about $1 million grant funding. So we went ahead and seek the court's approval.
This particular project was made possible through funding that the county received from the Texas Department of Agriculture. The Lower Valley Water District contributed $2 million towards the project. The grant that the county received from the Department of Agriculture was for $1 million. So total, that was the cost of the project, $3 million to connect about 100 homes to first-time sewer service.
So the contractor, approximately 4 or 5 miles worth of infrastructure that they laid. Like if you see behind me, the green pipes behind me, those are the 8-inch pipes that were used on the street. So of course they have to get an excavator, tear part of the roads, excavate 5 feet, and there's some areas all the way in Lourdes area they went down to 15 feet down. They put the pipe, connect the pipe together to include the service ladder and the service connection for each house, to include those large manholes behind us as well. They cover it, compact it very well. Then after that, lay the new layer of asphalt on top of it. After they complete that portion and test the pipes, they went ahead and inside the property. They connected the service line from the property line all the way to the house. After they connected it, it's working fine. They went ahead and decommissioned the existing septic tanks. I mean, it's a big relief to me, and it gives me a pleasure at the end.
Connecting families to water and wastewater infrastructure is a priority for this court. One day we can say that every person in El Paso County has access to water and wastewater.
I think it's good for the community. It's better for the environment as well. And I think it's just a good quality right now.
Say hi, mamas. Say hi. We just wanted to do something funny and creative this year, something different, something that nobody would think about.
It was just a Halloween event, something fun for the department to do.
We're barely putting their costumes on.
It is a fundraising benefit for our spay and neuter clinic that helps our community with free surgeries, free microchips, and free vaccines.
So yes, I like coming to social events with my chihuahuas. I like for them to be around other dogs. And Halloween, we just love it, so we could be together and dress up.
So we actually had our puppy plunge, so we gave them the opportunity to go and swim in our kiddie pool.
Did you guys want to participate in the plunge?
We just wanted to interact a little bit more with the community.
Sit. Shiners, sit.
We wanted to show them that we're a little bit fun too and wanted to participate in Halloween.
We love it. We love to see that there's a bunch of events that we can attend. I love taking the dogs out.
Hilarious. We had some really great turnout with something that we didn't expect. The DIYs and the funniest were pretty good, pretty awesome to see.
Hoagie and Bumble.
Dumb and Dumber. That one was funny.
This is Psycho. She doesn't like it. She dreads Halloween. She gives me those eyes like, not again, Mom. Killer, this is Killer. He's okay. He likes it. Yeah, and Terminator down there, well, he's our new addition, and I guess he's liking it so far. This is beautiful because there's not a lot of dog events here in El Paso, and I think this is nice that the community is coming together while they're dogs, because there's a lot of dog moms, dog dads, they want to do stuff with their dogs.
It's important for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too. And if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
We think this park needs more shade.
These are the biggest ones.
It is too hot in El Paso, and so we want to make it more beautiful, at the same time create shade more pleasant for everyone to enjoy. And we're planting 90 trees at Escarate Park, all over the park and in the golf course. So we're very excited and thankful that we were chosen by the El Paso Downtown Lions Club for this project. Today, I haven't counted them, but I'm going to guess around 10 from my organization. We also partnered with Echo El Paso, and they came and have people helping. And we also asked for the Master Gardeners to come from Texas A&M. I know that it will bring much needed shade and just again, just a windbreaker as well for, you know, the heavy gusty winds that we get here in El Paso. So it's going to be something that the whole community will be able to enjoy.
Everyone has been talking in the news about a carbon reduction type machinery, some sort of mechanism. Well, nature's got us beat on that, and that's trees. Not only do we have a scarcity of trees here, but they also help cool the ground, combat the urban heat island effect. As they grow, they also beautify our neighborhoods, our parks.
This is the fun part of our job. This is what we love to do. So happy to help however we can, and just excited that we were selected by both of these agencies.
So we're planting a lot of drought-tolerant native trees. So we got Palo Verdes, we got Arizona ash, we got Gray Woods.
Once they're established, they won't need as much water. Create a lot of shade.
But also become and invite habitats, wildlife. Everybody who's been a long resident of El Paso knows in winter we see a lot of very exotic birds.
We just like to do this to enhance the community.
I want to welcome everybody today to the El Paso County and Lower Valley Water District ribbon cutting event for the first time wastewater project for the El Conquistador and Lourdes subdivision.
So today we connected 2 more neighborhoods to sewer services. So these are 2 neighborhoods that now don't have to rely on septic tanks, that many of which are 20, 30 years old, have started to fail, can cause very serious health issues for the residents.
It's because you have to be you have to be careful that it won't get like spilled, or you have to be very cautious with that, and because of the environment. So it is a nuisance to have a septic tank.
1, 2,
3.
The project, we started this project 3 years ago. We had a meeting with the community complaining about their septic tanks. So we saw an opportunity coming out from the state, about $1 million grant funding. So we went ahead and seek the court's approval.
This particular project was made possible through funding that the county received from the Texas Department of Agriculture. The Lower Valley Water District contributed $2 million towards the project. The grant that the county received from the Department of Agriculture was for $1 million. So total, that was the cost of the project, $3 million to connect about 100 homes to first-time sewer service.
So the contractor, approximately 4 or 5 miles worth of infrastructure that they laid. Like if you see behind me, the green pipes behind me, those are the 8-inch pipes that were used on the street. So of course they have to get an excavator, tear part of the roads, excavate 5 feet, and there's some areas all the way in Lourdes area, they went down to 15 feet down. They put the pipe, connect the pipe together to include the service ladder and the service connection for each house, to include those large manholes behind us as well. They cover it, compact it very well. Then after that, lay the new layer of asphalt on top of it. After they complete that portion and test the pipes, they went ahead and inside the property. They connected the service lines from the property line all the way to the house. After they connected it, it's working fine. They went ahead and decommissioned the existing septic tanks. I mean, it's a big relief to me, and it gives me a pleasure at the end.
Connecting families to water and wastewater infrastructure is a priority for this court. One day we can say that every person in El Paso County has access to water and wastewater.
I think it's good for the community. It's better for the environment as well. And I think it's just a good quality right now.
Say hi, mamas. Say hi. We just wanted to do something funny and creative this year, something different, something that nobody would think about.
It was just a Halloween event, something fun for the department to do.
We're barely putting their costumes on.
It is a fundraising benefit for our spay and neuter clinic that helps our community with free surgeries, free microchips, and free vaccines.
So yes, I like coming to social events with my chihuahuas. I like for them to be around other dogs. And Halloween, we just love it, so we could be together and dress up.
So we actually had our puppy plunge, so we gave them the opportunity to go and swim in our kiddie pool.
Did you guys want to participate in the plunge?
We just wanted to interact a little bit more with the community.
Sit. Shiners, sit.
We wanted to show them that we're a little bit fun too and wanted to participate in Halloween.
We love it. We love to see that there's a bunch of events that we can attend. I love taking the dogs out.
Hilarious. We had some really great turnout with something that we didn't expect. The DIYs and the funniest were pretty good, pretty awesome to see.
Hoagie and Bumble.
Dumb and Dumber. That one was funny.
This is Psycho. She doesn't like it. She dreads Halloween. She gives me those eyes like, not again, Mom. Killer, this is Killer. He's okay. He likes it. Yeah, and Terminator down there, well, he's our new addition, and I guess he's liking it so far. This is beautiful because there's not a lot of dog events here in El Paso, and I think this is nice that the community is coming together while their dogs, because there's a lot of dog moms, dog dads, and want to do stuff with their dogs.
It's important for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too. And if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business.
Go ahead.
Commissioners' Court has reconvened into regular open session. It is 1:05 p.m. We are on item number 12 for purchasing. Approve the award recommendation for RFP 22-027, consultation and/or actuarial services of health and dental benefits for the County of El Paso to the top scoring firm, Hub International Texas Incorporated of El Paso, Texas. Purchasing approved on October 24th, 2022. Funds are available in IS Health and Dental Claims.
Good afternoon, Judge. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Karen Davidson, County Purchasing Agent, and this was an RFP, and we're asking for the court's approval to award the recommended Hub International as the winner of this RFP 22-027 for the consultation and actuary services they provide for our health and dental benefits. And I am here to speak about the RFP if you have any questions.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item number 13, approve the purchase of one Caterpillar 420 backhoe loader for the County of El Paso Public Works Department using the Cooperative Texas Buy Board Contract 597-19, awarded to Wagner Equipment Company of El Paso, Texas, in the amount of $146,962.93. Purchasing approved on October 24th, 2022. Funding is available in Special Revenue, Road and Bridge, Cap-Out Equipment.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Karen Davidson, Purchasing Agent. We are purchasing one Caterpillar backhoe loader, and this is for our Public Works Department. We're using a cooperative methodology, and we're using the Texas Buy Board Co-op, and we want to pass the court's approval to award to Wagner Equipment Company of El Paso, Texas. Originally, it was priced at $186,537.74. We receive a discount of $44,194.81. We add back the warranty for $4,620. So the total amount we're asking to award today is $146,962.93. and I'm certainly happy to answer any questions on this.
Move to approve?
Second?
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
Health and Social Services. We're going to skip over item number 14 and continue down. Item number 15, receive a progress status report on the Emergency Rental Assistance Phase 2 and take appropriate action on the county's disbursement policy.
Good afternoon. Rosalba Hernandez with Community Services Department. So just got in here, I was running right on time. So I come to bring you an update on the funding and a couple of questions that that I was asked last time we reported. So the question regarding evictions, is our partner tracking the evictions? Yes, they are. They are tracking them, and that is precisely what I'm reporting today also. As it relates to funding, so to date, our partner has 612 applications pending for review and approval. Of those 612, 479 are applications with evictions. Those 479 are made up of 214 applications that are county applications with evictions, and 265 applications that are city applications with evictions. Of the total awarded funds to our partners for direct assistance, $2,105,957. They have expended $1,112,402.74 to date. That leaves available funds for continued assistance of $993 with 554, 900, I correct myself, $993,554 with 92 cents. That amount still will be deducted from the 21 applications they have committed funds that are approved. A total of $59,385 are committed. Our goal is to hit the 75% target so that we may continue to request more funds from U.S. Treasury. Right now, our goal needed to hit is $887,690 with 7 cents. We can hit that goal by providing the assistance to the applications we have right now. If we only designate the county applications to serve the 214 applications, providing they are all eligible, we would hit our goal within 3.5 months. Our goal is to hit the 75% before December so that we may tap into additional funds from U.S. Treasury. We are posted for action on this item so that we may hear from the court to see if we would like to expand more funding for the city, which would also help us hit our target sooner so that we may request more funds.
Yeah, and I think that's what you brought up, Commissioner, that we would look at that and then reassess it and then support the city further, and it helps us in the long run as well.
Yeah, I think, as in Betsy's agenda review, there's 150 city residents still on the waiting list for assistance, and those are folks that need our help, and we need to get the money out as quickly as possible. So I don't think it's difficult. I think it's we have the funds. We should expend the funds on those folks.
An amount in mind that we would transfer?
I mean, I think we should, try to fulfill the needs of everybody that's on that waiting list.
Do we know what that amount would be, Rosalba?
I don't have the exact amount for city, but I would, if you'd like, the recommendation that I could make is to assist the city applicants that meet the very low income limits and have an eviction notice tied to it. And we would, of these 265, there may be some that are not very low income, but we could definitely focus on those, on the very low income, with an eviction notice, so that we can assist them promptly.
Yeah, I mean, I think, as we need to concentrate on those people first, of course, but if there are additional city residents that need the assistance, I think that we need to take that opportunity and do so.
Yeah, no, I agree. We need to really focus on the folks with an eviction notice, and it really kind of scares me that so many people are already at that phase. To me, that tells me I think we're not getting to people soon enough. So I'm wondering if what are our community partners doing? Do you know to really try to get the word out? Do we have any public press events planned or any more media activities? Because I feel like the fact that so many of the residents that are asking for help are already at that eviction phase, we're not getting this information to people soon enough, maybe.
I did speak with our partners about the outreach question we had last time. They are going to focus on county, getting the word out through the JP Court as well. They do have some plans in place to get the word out. Right now, I think their priority, though, is to assist those that are facing an eviction.
Yes, no, definitely.
I guess the challenge is that we give out money, but that we don't leave ourselves also finding out that in the outreach we have more. So that balance of how much we give to the city is going to take away from how much we give to the rural areas. So.
When would we draw down additional funding, and would that funding be restricted to only applications we receive after the funding comes in, or could it go to back applicants?
We can tap into the second tranche funding as soon as we can confirm to U.S. Treasury that we have hit the 75% target. Once we get that funding back, or once we get that funding, then we apply it to the same applications, those that are pending to be reviewed and approved.
The ones
and so
on the
forth.
waiting list, we can use it for that.
Mm-hmm.
Irene, did you have any comment or?
Yes, sir, just to add on to what Rosalba was mentioning. The last time you all set aside funding for city applicants, you did 20% of our balance at that time. Right now, we have a balance of $993,000 and a little bit over that. If you were to allocate 20%, that represents another 20%. That represents $198,000 towards city applicants. Our burn rate for county applicants is about $252,000 a month, which, like Rosalba explained, to hit our 75% goal, that would take us 3.5 months to do, which takes us beyond Q4, which ends in December. If we go beyond that, the Treasury may continue to recapture funds from the balance. Remember, not from what's been deposited, from the balance that we have left over to be able to tap into for the next tranche. And so as we're not meeting thresholds, Treasury is removing some of the funds from the balance that we can tap into.
Mm-hmm.
And so if the longer we wait to hit the 75%, the less amount that we can tap into for the next tranche if we want to request more funding to assist. It's taking a little longer to approve county applications. It does take longer because they do have a little bit more needs to be able to help them through the process. And so it is taking a little longer for county applications than it is for city residents to be able to apply. But if you all would want a recommendation and you would want to extend further to city residents, we would recommend another 20% from the balance, which represents about $198,000 if you want to do that. Or we could stick to the county track only, and we continue to work with our partners to trudge along in that effort. But again, it's going to take us about 3.5 months to hit our target.
I like the balance of the two with the 20%.
I mean, I don't know, why are we suggesting limiting it to 20%? I think we should just open it up. The city is out of their funding. 90% of the county's population lives in the city limits, and I think it's about time that we allow those folks to have fair access to the program.
Yeah, and I think we definitely want to help all the folks that are, I tried to write down the number that you were giving that are facing eviction. I think that that has to be the priority, for sure, for city residents as well as county residents.
Right, there's 265 city residents facing eviction with applications with us. So just to be clear, if we clear the 75% faster, can we draw down funding sooner?
Yes.
So if we open it up to more city residents and draw down the funding, we will have access to additional funding sooner.
Now, do we think that if for all of the 612 applications that are pending that are facing eviction, do we have enough funds for all those 612?
Not with the existing balance, no.
Not.
No, ma'am.
How many could we cover with the existing balance, do we think?
Because we don't know how many months exactly each application has, we don't have that exact number today.
And Irene, I just wanted to follow up on something Commissioner Holguin said. That's an awful lot of evictions. Are they not, do we help them when they're a couple of months behind? What is the starting point? I would think that once they're 1 month behind and not seeing any daylight, that they could apply, or is there some sort of block against that?
We're not certain. We're still trying to pinpoint why that's happening and why we're seeing those incidences. The City of El Paso invested over $30 million in rental assistance, and they exhausted their funds early this year. So there has been quite a bit of investment in rental. We did another approximately $4 million in the county as well. So we don't know quite sure why the word is getting out that we have these funds. I think some of it is folks are trying to make ends meet. They're trying to meet their obligations, and then they wait till the last minute before they come and apply. Okay, I couldn't. I got behind because I was trying, and I was trying to catch up, and I couldn't, and then they come to us when they're already a few months behind, and that's when there's eviction proceedings that have started by the landlord.
Now, Irene, do we have a separate procedure when they are soldiers? Do you get those calls, or does the Army or the armed forces help them differently, or can they apply?
I think we have, and I don't want to speak for Carl, but I know that he has a rent program as well for specific to veterans. So when we get veterans that call our office for assistance, we refer to Carl Dwyer's office for that. And it's specific for veterans and dependents of veterans.
And his funding generally lasts him through about the last quarter of the year. The fund that we pull down from our grant, generally, I know they are still giving assistance up until the very last when they're wrapping up and reconciling for the new grant.
But there's no danger that they'd be running out, well, yet we have funds on this side of the house.
We could help them. There's nothing that prevents us from helping veterans from this fund.
If we
So-
could at least be communicating with them to make sure that
Absolutely.
no active duty soldier or their families are suffering. And I'm very surprised that, maybe it's like you say, that they wait that long trying to make it on their own when they know they could have, when they should have known that they could have gotten help a little earlier.
A large majority of our either active duty or veteran population does live inside the city, and so right now, our policy is we are only helping out county residents, but if the court were to extend and open it up to city and county, I think we would have more opportunities to help veterans' families with this fund if that was needed.
Veterans and active duty personnel.
I'm going to go ahead and make the motion to open it up to city residents as well, so that we can get this money out the door and help those people that are waiting.
And I agree, but is there a way for us to prioritize who is the closest to being evicted and try to help those people, just, the ones that are already at the end and are actually very imminently facing eviction? Is there any way to know who those people are so that we can try to get them the assistance, whether or not they're city or county, but just try to focus on those people that are imminently close to being evicted?
I'm sure they're able to identify those that are closer
Critical,
to
yeah.
being evicted. Our partners are here. There's a representative here from our partner in case she'd like to come up and give us a little more about identifying those.
Good afternoon. So
Good
I'm
afternoon.
Angelica with United Way. So when it comes to the platform, everyone registers and they identify if they have an eviction notice, right? Some people put yes, some people put no, and they even have an eviction notice. So it's kind of hard to pinpoint exactly. We'd have to go through every application, but we do prioritize based off of them selecting yes, they do have an eviction notice. And then just to kind of also respond, I know there was a question that was posed when it comes to why so many evictions. I think also what's happening in the community based off of what landlords or property owners faced during COVID is if somebody's 1 month behind, they're starting eviction processes even sooner. They're not that flexible as they used to be.
Makes sense.
Judge, Commissioners, I also wanted to update you with information from Carl. He says they have sufficient funding to help both veterans and active duty.
Oh, good. And I don't know if Rosalba or Irene, if I communicated with a constable over the weekend, and they were in the process of evicting somebody, if the renter calls you at that moment, is there a way to stop the eviction and try to get them some immediate help?
Not at that moment.
No.
Not at that moment. Not when the constable's already there, the eviction has already been processed through the courts, and that order has been set. So we're not able to stop the eviction, but if they want to refer that client to us, there may be opportunities where with these particular funds, we may be able to help them find something in the immediate need, perhaps put them in a shelter and then work with them. But at that point, it's late because the eviction has already been processed.
And do the constables know that there may be some rapid rehousing for these people? That, like you say, it's too late to help them on one side, but maybe we can help them in another direction.
Yes, we provided that information. We're happy to continue to reach out to them to let them know that these funds are available if they encounter. I think there's about a 15-day period between or 30-day period between the first notice, and ideally, if there's like a notice of a potential eviction hearing, if we were to address the issue at that point, perhaps then we can work with the tenant and even the landlord. A lot of times when the landlord files eviction, they're unwilling to work with any assistance office at that point. They really want to proceed with the eviction. There had been, perhaps there's other issues that are going on with that tenant. And so at that point, oftentimes they don't accept our help. Even though there's time, many times, many landlords at that point don't want to accept the help. They just want to move forward.
Well, there's a, second.
Is this to just open the general balance just to everyone and we prioritize evictions and those with low income or just extremely low income?
And just to make sure, so we're trying to spend, if we need to spend this money down by December, otherwise the Treasury will start recapturing, right?
So
Yes.
And the motion I heard was to open it to city residents and prioritize evictions.
That's correct.
That was a recommended addition to the motion, Commissioner Stout?
Yeah, I'll accept that amendment to the motion.
And then
Second.
second by the judge?
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Cesar. Thank you, Rosalba and Irene. Thank you.
Item number 16 from Public Works. Approve, authorize, and ratify the El Paso County project submission to the El Paso Metropolitan Planning Organization's priority projects requests for fiscal year 23 Unified Transportation Program funding. Further receive a presentation from the Transportation Planning and Engineering Division regarding the project submission.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioner Sal Alonso, Associate Director of Plan Development. This item before you, I wanted to provide you an update as far as timelines and a project list that was submitted last week due to the deadline that we had to meet with the MPO. Planning Development went ahead and submitted the priority list just to make sure that we, one, that we made their deadline, and two, have some projects in queue. But obviously, if it's the court's decision, if they approve the project list as submitted, if not, I'll be happy to go back to the MPO to see if we could rearrange the priority at a later time. Just to give you some background on this, the MPO was notified that in the 2023 UTP, which is the Unified Transportation Program, there were available funding. This is probably, from my discussion with Mr. Eduardo Calvo, historical. We've never seen so much money being available to the region, so we were obviously very excited to hear that. So we wanted to take advantage of that. So the MPO had set some timelines as far as project submissions and a timeline that I'll be sharing with you later. But one of the main deadlines was November 4th, which is Friday. Once we did receive the notification for the MPO, staff worked diligently to get the project list, presentation, everything, but we weren't able to get the presentation and all the information needed, collected the revised cost estimate by October 31st, Commissioners Court. So with that, we were faced with having a deadline prior to Commissioners Court, so hence why I'm here to ratify my submission on that. The project, the recommended project list, as you see before you, identify 6 projects. I do want to say that out of those 6, all of them are in the current RMS 2020, with the exception of the Regional Transit Startup Assistance Program. I'll go one by one just to give you a brief history. The first one, John Hayes Phase 1, that is currently in fiscal year 23, which is this current fiscal year. That is on target to be let in March of 2023 and start construction early summer. That program, that project is currently funded at $12 million. Because we're at the 100% submittal, our engineer estimate has increased to about additional $6 million, so the new total is 18. That goes in line with the material costs that we're foreseeing. So that, to me, was the obvious choice of being the priority number 1, because that project is complete. Environmental has been cleared. We're in process of acquiring the right-of-way needed for that. So I wanted to make sure that we set ourselves up perfectly, so when the project is set to let, that we have the available funding needed for this project. In the far right corner, I did add for additional match, 80-20. Because I am asking for additional $6 million from the MPO. The match for the $6 million would be 1.2. I do want to clarify a couple things, as I'm sure I know the auditors and budget were after me when they saw those numbers. But I always like to do the worst case scenario, which is the 80-20. That is the max that a local agency like us have to put in, but the county does qualify for the EDC adjustment, which is the economic disadvantaged counties. We're currently, but that's always a year to year. That 20% I've seen as low as 6%, 7%. So I just, because the funding is not available and the EDC adjustment for this year, I don't think has been, I'm not sure. I think, Judge, I think you received the emails when, if the county does still qualify for DEC. But without knowing that, I assume the worst case that, let's just say we don't. I have only seen it once in my 9 years here that we didn't qualify. That was about 2-3 years ago. But again, I did ask for the worst case scenario at 20%. That 1.2 obviously could drop down dramatically after the funds are awarded, and we are assured that we are going to qualify for the EDC adjustment. Project number 2, John Hayes, that is currently in fiscal year 25. I'm not recommending at this time to move it up any sooner. The reason for is there is not enough funding in 23. There is some additional funding available in 24. However, we would fall into a situation that we would have 2 contractors on top of each other, which is always a bad thing, because we could get hit with delays if the project is not complete. So having that 2-year stagger made sense to keep John Hayes Phase 2 in the current fiscal year as it's in the MPO documents. Again, we revisited the cost estimate because John Hayes Phase 1 and 2 are designed concurrently. Both projects will be ready to go for construction. So again, I felt John Hayes Phase 2 would also be another priority project. We're asking for $3 additional million on this one. Again, the match for 4.2. The next on the line is Bob Hope. That is currently in fiscal year 30. I am recommending we move that to 25 at 32 million, and then the total cost is 20. Additional funds that I'm asking is 22. The original estimate was based about 3 years ago. Now that we have the design started, we are seeing a lot of earthwork that has been done. This Bob Hope is located right behind the SAC 2 with the development occurring, and there's a lot of development in that area. We felt that this roadway will probably be needed sooner versus than later. The next project is the regional startup assistance. I'm asking for the 1.6 million. I know it's a weird number. Why not 2? If you recall, a couple years ago when we did the RMS 2020, there was available 2 million that we were supposed to get from the MPO for fiscal year 21, 22, and 23. We're supposed to receive 2 million in each of those allocated years. But because at that time, once a project was put in the plan, that's the time when we found out that San Antonio was now an unattainment city. So we were all having to share that same CMAQ pie that we all share, and it reduced the amount of CMAQ that was available at that time. So we did not receive the 2 million per year as originally we were hoping for. So that 1.8 goes back to just kind of making us whole, that we would hopefully receive the 2 million as originally had been told by the MPO that we were hoping to receive. But because of the lack of CMAQ, we ended up receiving a little under 6 million. This 1.8 will just kind of hopefully make us whole. That 1.8 would also go towards the LGC, which is the local government corporation that is being funded through all sorts of different funding from the agencies. This is one of them. This is the startup. This would obviously help the small communities like Vinton, Horizon, and other agencies, Sonali, to be able to prep up for year 4 or 5, depending on their budget. And this money would go towards straight for operation and some capital. So I really felt that this was also another priority project. The next one is Tierra de Este, Phase 1 and 2. Currently, these are split into 2 phases in fiscal year 27-28. The reason being, in the original plan, there was not enough money on one year or the other to combine them, so we split those. I am recommending that we expedite that project to 26. There is, as of right now, there is funding there to be able to fund the entire project at that time. And then the last project is Vista del Sol. At this point, we would just be seeking design money. It is currently in fiscal year 33. That is set out there, but I am recommending that this project get, just the design part of it, get accelerate to fiscal year 23 to get the design started. I do want to mention that a couple years ago, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, the court, we kept on requesting design money during the general fund, during the regular budget, and it was about 3-4 years ago, the court started allocating some money for design to have shovel-ready projects. And this is a great example on why that investment is now hopefully paying off, is because now we have all these projects that are shovel-ready. And as you know, sometimes money does fall from the sky, and for this example, there's a lot of money at the MPO. We could have been in a situation that we probably wouldn't have any of these projects because none of the design has started. Most of these projects are already under design, right into their second half of their design. The environmental has started. Some of them have been cleared. So we're in a good position to at least be in the table as far as having projects ready to go out the door. So these are the projects that have been submitted last Thursday afternoon to the MPO by myself. And just wanted to kind of give you a little background as far as these projects. The project proposed fiscal year, and I wanted to clarify that because I know the budget folks and the grant really worked hard to get this turned around in a smaller amount of time. But I do want to state that I am stating, for example, for John Hayes 25 and 24 and 23, those because they have a very quick impact to the budget. But timeline as far as how by the time the MPO approves it, we get the money from the feds, it goes back to TxDOT, and then we work with TxDOT to get the advanced funding agreement. That still takes some time. I still need to come back to the court for you guys to accept the AFAs. I need still doing a contract with the RMA with construction or design. So I feel that we will be well within fiscal year 24. So most of these projects will be impacted, but in 2024, which it does say that we still have a little time to, if we were to be awarded all these projects, which again, there's always that possibility, but you know, I'm very optimistic that all of them will get selected. But again, this is something I do want to share with the court, that I did, even though that I have some of these in 23 and 24, some of these might, by the time the match is needed, would be down the line. But as you know, a lot of things could change. These projects could be moved up and down based on the final ranking from the MPO. Just quick, the evaluation project, how they're going to be evaluated. MPO staff is going to be using the decision lens criteria that was done for the RMS 2020. It's a software that they focus on 4 topics, one of being the congestion management process, which identifies, for example, traffic operations, if it's public transportation, travel demand model. The other section would be the national goals, if it deals with safety, freight, infrastructure condition, if it's going to have an environmental impact. And then the next 2 would be the project system, whether it's in the national highway, active transportation system, or the block system. And then the last category is the strategic priority. If we're showing connectivity, and then the scheduling. So the MPO will take all these on consideration as they review all these projects that were submitted. And this was it was a local call for all local and state agencies, the city of El Paso, the county, Sinelli, Vinton. I'm not sure who submitted it, but again, they'll collect all these projects, and then they'll put it into the decision lens. This next slide, it just gives you a brief timeline. Right now, we're November 7th, so between now and the 18th, MPO staff will be putting these projects, all the projects in decision lens. I highlighted just a couple of key timelines. One, between November 28th and December 1st, the ad hoc committee will meet to discuss the priority list and give their recommendation. December 7th will be the preliminary listing that would be presented to TPAC. On December 16th, the same list will be also provided to the policy board. We would come back in January the 11th for the final list selection for TPAC, and then we will come back to January 20th to the generous policy board, and that would be for final action taken by the policy board. The policy board and TPAC will have also their recommendations, their thoughts as it's going through the different stages of it. But I just wanted to highlight some of these important dates are coming. So it's safe to say that by January of the new year, we would have a good understanding which projects, if any, that were submitted by the county would be selected and for how much. I wish all the money could come to us, being biased, but there are other agencies that are submitting. So hopefully, the steps that we're going to be taking with the MPO and the ad hoc, it might be some combination of moving projects around, maybe not 24, maybe 25. If we move, maybe reducing the scope and depending on the situation. But the hopes is to be able to get everything as submitted last week. At this point, this is the action is again to just approve and authorize and ratify the El Paso project submission to the El Paso MPO for this priority list for the fiscal year 2023 United Transportation Program funding. Staff recommends approval, and I'll be happy to answer any questions Judge or the Commissioner may have.
Yeah.
Commissioner Stout?
Thanks for the presentation, Sal. I just have a question when it comes to I guess the categories, the RMS categories, that you had up on the slide. I think it's interesting that none of those actually have anything to say about future burden upon taxpayer and I mean, I always talk about this, but again, every time this comes up, I feel like I have to, remind, that as we continue to build out roads in the unincorporated area, we continue to induce more sprawl. And I've read a lot of a lot recently about other communities that have become insolvent because of the fact that they can't take, I mean, even if we get these roads paid for, we're going to have to maintain them in the future. And so I just, I mean, is there any conversation at the MPO about what we're doing and burning taxpayers moving into the future, and at what point that's going to become unsustainable? Does the MPO have those conversations, or are we the only ones that are having those conversations?
No, I think we always, right, we discuss the, how the infrastructure and what would that create, the impact that it would have on a community, but a lot of times it's not getting those roads properly, is that now you have sprawling without the infrastructure. And so you have to look at it from both sides. That people are going to move in anyway, and then you're behind getting things done, or at least connectivity together. Would I be correct, Commissioner Olguin?
Yes, I think you're right, Judge. I mean, we're always looking at changes in demographic and trying to project where the needs are going to be for infrastructure. But just to be clear, Sal, there's no guarantee that we're going to get any of this funding.
That is correct.
Right? So it's not that it's guaranteed that we're going to actually be building these projects based on this proposed timeline. It's more that the MPO is asking the city, the county, all the different municipalities for their priorities in case the projects get chosen. So it's not like these will definitely all be happening. We're just voting on ratifying your decision on what the priorities should be in our request for funding, correct?
That is correct. And again, I do want to, Commissioner, these projects are identified at the MPO on their MTP, but they're on the outer years. As you know, they're in 25, 27, 27, 28, and 33. There is what they call placeholders out in 33, but anything could happen at that time. One of the main things on why the recommendation is to expedite this is, one, cost savings, obviously, what you built today versus 10 years could be triple, possibly, or double. The other thing that the judge mentioned is we understand, Commissioner Stott, about we built the roads, we encourage sprawl, but we feel that development is occurring regardless, and we wanted to get ahead of that as much as possible, and have the infrastructure in place, because or else we're going to have just congestion on residential streets because there's no relief route and there's no major arterial. So it's almost like trying to do a balance of both sides. On we don't want to build roads just to build roads and say, look, we built roads, everybody come build around us. But at the same time, we want to make sure that the infrastructure is there, knowing that the development is literally just behind us. But I understand your concern, Commissioner, about us
I think we should
providing the roads.
either talk to the MPO or the county itself and do some type of study that shows us, if we continue to spend in this manner and we continue to at what point in the future are we going to see that insolvency come about?
We definitely talk internally, and then we'll reach out to the MPO to see how they've been handling, or if other agencies have the same concern.
Same concerns.
I'll move to approve staff recommendation.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to item number 14 from Health and Social Services. Receive a presentation from county staff and community representatives regarding progress on the county's Alameda property known as the Corbin Zambrano Wellness Center. Further, take action to consider adopting the concept provided in the backup from Stantec Consulting Services Incorporated, called the Corbin Zambrano Site Reuse Plan, to guide the county's site redevelopment.
Welcome, Joel.
Commissioners.
I see we have our Alameda friends here today.
Yes, we do. we got a great group here to share with you. We will try not to be too long here in this presentation. I'll go through this quickly because I think you're going to enjoy hearing from the community members we have here and those who've been involved. But just some of this as a reminder of the little background and history of the Alameda project that we have. These 3 lots that we own, 1.67 acres, that were donated to the county by the former district attorney Jaime Esparza. This is their location, little history on it. We've dug into this a lot, and we've enjoyed this. In fact, Shirley here remembers this, and she remembers she actually went to when it was a dinner theater and when it first opened in the Valley Theater, and that's how the fond memories of this site. As you know, some pictures we found of the first year it was opened, and then it offered gourmet dining, and it began to change hands back and forth. It became different things all the way through the 70s. Some of the histories we're unsure of, but it changed hands quite a bit. And then when it was 1985 that we saw it become what was known as the Naked Harem, and that's when the dark period of these lots began. And it went on for about 20 years. A lot of illicit activity, criminal activity on the site, and the former district attorney Jaime Esparza began prosecuting out there around 2005, and there was litigation, prosecution that went on for years on the owners who wound up being convicted and in prison from the site. So the last thing that Jaime Esparza did, one of the last things he did before he left office was donate the property to the county, and I know County Judge Samaniego, I know you worked hard on that with him to make that happen before he left, and to really tee this opportunity up for the community there. So here we have a picture of the signing of the deed on December 9th of 2020 when the property was officially turned over. This took a lot of work from our county attorneys and many, many years of litigation to get us to where we are today. So with that donation came the Chapter 59 restrictions. I know most of you are familiar with these, but the primary purposes have to be in line with Chapter 59. I know we have Eric Morales here with us today from the county attorneys, and he'll briefly brief you more on these restrictions based on the plan that you've received in the backup. On September 24th of 2021, the sign came down, which was a nice symbol to the community that the county is moving forward. Our facilities department did a great job getting that sign down and taking care of that. In the process, we received a brownfield grant. We went through phase 1 and 2 grants for the environmentals and also some urban planner assistance there that helped us with the community engagement. You see some history here. There's been a machine shop there, dealerships, other things that left some contaminants on the properties that were found in the soil samples that were taken. The city also did a site inspection along with Stantec, and they did find that there's some cleanup needed, both on the site and in the building that is there before it's demolished. So this all happened through 2021. We finished the phase 1 and 2 brownfield grants, and you can read more on what was found in those in the backup. But there's asbestos in the buildings and some hazardous substances that need to be removed, and some in the soil as well. And that's part of the phase 3 cleanup grant. And as we speak, we are applying for a phase 3 grant. We've done a lot of work with our grants team to set this up, so we're hoping to get about an $800,000 grant that'll help us take this to the next stage. Our community engagement began about a year ago, and that was in a little over a year ago. We started meeting with the community leaders, some of whom are here today, to engage them and really do something different with this site than what we've seen done before, and that's to allow the community to help guide and direct and lead right along with us as partners and leaders in this project. And so we really see this as what's been mentioned before, as a prototype of community-led planning. In the county, we really let go of any preconceived ideas that we had for the site and really turned that over to the community educating them on our restrictions within Chapter 59, which has been kind of hard to navigate through, but we found a way to do that, as you will see in the design plans here. The community engagement continued, as you'll see in some of these combined community meetings, which Fred and Shirley and others helped lead and get the elected officials from the area out there, including Commissioner Stout and Representative Hernandez and County Judge Samaniego, who've been very, very helpful in supporting and engaging this project with the community. This is one example of that. We continued to plan for a bigger community engagement throughout the end of 2021, which led to our community engagement survey event. And this is where we actually had a big event at the site. Marathon donated $5,000 to this event to help make this happen. And we got hundreds of community members there. We had music, a big event. And we surveyed. We got hundreds of survey results. We had Dr. Lizelle Madrigal leading the survey analysis, and she was going to be here today. She couldn't make it. She really wanted to be here to present that piece, but I'll briefly go over that with you as well. So this resulted in great community engagement, both English and Spanish, and we got survey outcomes that showed helped us understand more of what the community and local area residents want done with this site and want to see happen there within the restrictions of Chapter 59. Pressing forward, you can just see more on the event. It was a great day, and I know those of you here, many of you were there. We had a good time. It was a lot of fun, and it was great community engagement. We had a history of the site wall, as you can see up there, and really helped the community understand what the restrictions are of the site and help them engage in what they wanted to see done as we progressed. We had giveaways. Here's an example of a family that won a bike and a dog adoption or pet adoptions were there. It was a fun day. So this was the survey itself, and these were the questions we asked on the survey regarding site visioning from the community. And these were where the respondents were from. So most of them, about 80%, were from the local area, but you can see people from outside the area who lived outside also came to this event and weighed in on it. Many of them who came from the outside had a history on the site as well. So this is the part that Dr. Madrigal was going to present, but I'll just go over it with you here quickly. From the survey, we saw 62% had these top 5 visions for the site. We're at a community recreation center and a resource center, a youth center, a park, to have a park services or some sort of park components there, community resource center, and to serve victims of crime. And some of these, or most of them, tie into that Chapter 59 goal, so that was good. And you can see other ideas we tried to take from their comments of what they wanted done with the site. And again, the top 5 suggestions are there. Some of the comments that were made were included here as well in the backup of what they wanted to see. So to follow up with this, we took all of this, and Dr. Madrigal presented to the community leaders the outcomes from the survey earlier this year. And then in February, we met again with the Brown Tech consultants and our urban planners to continue to develop and put these ideas together. And that led up to this big event that we had on April 7th with the 4 neighborhood associations from the area. That's the Corbin Zambrano, the San Juan, Washington Delta, and Valle Verde neighborhood associations. We had a good turnout. I know Judge Samaniego, Commissioner Stout, you were there, and it was a great turnout and a good event. And in this event, we had them vote on the concepts. So we had the community lead the concepts. I also want to thank, I see a picture of Maggie. There she is. Maggie's there. Maggie, our chief probation officer, I call her chief, our director of a community corrections. She was there helping with this from the area, and you'll hear from Maggie here in a minute. Great engagement. Cynthia there helping lead we had different components, different ideas that we presented, 4 different ideas, and we let the community really look at them, go through them. And these are community developed ideas. These weren't just ideas that we had. These were community developed ideas. And so Judge Samaniego and Commissioner Stout spoke and helped them understand the process. Fred and Shirley are there from the various neighborhood associations, helping them understand and also lead some of the talking boards, which was really helpful. And here you can see Fred helping the community members that showed up understand what the various designs were that they were looking at. So here we did the simple voting activity. And some things, it wasn't just on a design, but do you want to open up or close the Corbin Street there? We had them vote on that. We had them vote on demolish versus rehab the building. You can see they mostly wanted it demolished. It was pretty clear that was the outcomes from this survey. And then we took their comments. We put their comment stickies on the one that got the most votes. And we took all of that between their comments, their feedback, and the votes of the design, and we developed a site reuse plan. We worked with our consultants to do that. We have a 52-page plan that's in the backup. Today we'll be asking you if you're willing to adopt that plan as the vision for the site moving forward. This was the ultimate outcome of that event. All the work we did with the community, this kind of put everything together into one design. And you'll notice on the outside there's a victims memorial garden that you'll see there, and that was the idea of our current district attorney. Also wanted a victims memorial wall that we could put out there, and perhaps some victim services inside. That's all in line with Chapter 59. The community was very receptive to those ideas, and so those also were incorporated into the design plan. So ultimately, the summary is that we're looking at a wellness center building to address those primary Chapter 59 purposes, which you'll hear from Eric Morales here in a minute, just a little bit more about those. The Victims Memorial Garden, Victims Memorial Wall is as proposed by the current district attorney. An amphitheater outside for education and community events, community meetings, playground for children, community garden plots. And along those lines, I have met with Texas AgriLife, and they were excited to partner with us potentially partner with us on managing that. And the parking lots can also be converted into event space, and that was as part of the design. The potential internal services still need to be developed in the next phase of planning, but you'll see here some of them. The victim services, as the current district attorney supports moving some victim services to this location. Some mental health and rehab resource referrals for people that come in, but not, the community made it clear, and as you'll hear from one of the letters of support, they didn't want it to be a place that drew these kind of services to on-site type of residential services or anything like that, but to actually have resource referrals to already existing services at different locations was their preference. An education resource center for victims of crime and the local community, they wanted that in there. Agricultural services to keep the green space and do those garden plots. I want to thank Commissioner Stout's office as well for some of these ideas that came out of that agricultural piece. Potential for business incubator satellite offices, community meeting location, general community resource center, extended internet access and community education services are things that we talked about putting in there, and other programmatic services to be identified and finalized again during the next phase of planning. Some of the things that have happened recently is the community did approach Congresswoman Escobar, and she visited the neighborhood associations. We went to that back at the end of August, which was a positive event that happened there. Recently, we have EPA brownfield cleanup grants applications due, as I mentioned before, and we're continuing to look for funding. And we think that today's approval will also help us to get one step closer as we apply for grants for the site and engage community partners to say this is the plan the commissioners have approved for the site, and also what the community wanted. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Fred, and come on up, Fred, and Fred's going to share some of the perspective from the community on this. And I also wanted to acknowledge, as Fred has before, but we had so many partners on this project. The city representative, Cassandra Hernandez, was huge in her help with this. I'm really glad to have Representative Anello here with us. I think she was here, maybe she,
She's
there
actually
she
right
is,
there.
okay. So I missed you there. I'm glad she's here. We talked on Friday, and she's actually toured the site before and really engaged in this project. So we're really great to have our city partners here linking arms with us on this. So much work, Judge, I can't underscore enough your teeing up this project for the community there. And we know you worked for a long time on this. We really want to thank you for that and your background work that you did on that to make this whole opportunity happen. We had many others involved, including Marathon, facilities, just did so much for us. We had so many from county administration, and even the downtown management district really engaged with us on this. Onward Alameda was involved. Many other community partners, Dr. and Mrs. Miguel Juarez were there helping with the planning. We had our economic development team, our DA, our county attorney's office, Meadows Mental Health, Tracy Yellen with PDN, our community services department, and adult probation was huge. And Maggie, we really want to thank you on that as well. So those are just some other partners that helped us with this. And with that, Fred, I want to turn it over to you to offer your perspective from the community.
Welcome, Fred.
Thank you, Joel.
Thank you.
County Judge, members of Commissioners Court, I'm Fred Borrego. I'm the president of the San Juan Neighborhood Improvement Association. We are the oldest active association in the whole city. I'm going to say the whole county. We've been active since about 1954, 1955. Let me talk about uniqueness. I've been involved in many projects, many in this area, with the school district, the city, the state, TxDOT. This one is very unique because this was given us the opportunity. The county, Joel and his staff gave us parameters, mainly Chapter 59. And they told us, run with it. Commissioner Stout, county judge said, run with it. And it was very fun. We ran with it. We all ran with it. We all had ideas coming this and that. And I don't want to steal your thunder, Cynthia, but I just want to verify that, make it important, that it was so unique. It was so unique. We've never worked on something so unique like this, and it was a lot of fun. We're here now. One of the things that I heard in the meetings was security, security, security. You got to understand that neighborhood. Those of you that don't understand that neighborhood, that's the fatherless. Why the fatherless? Back then, the gangs, because most of those dads were in prison or dead. So the kids ran off, and they were the fatherless. They called themselves the fatherless. Bad stigma. The other bad thing on that is, well, the naked harem. And you'll hear from some other members on that. So people ask for security. So we came up with the idea, if we get this built, maybe we can get a constable satellite office there, where instead of the constables and the deputies being here, all housed here, well, we have them right there, a little police presence. And the community liked it. Everybody said, hey, that's great. I talked to Constable Bernal, and I asked him, is that something you could do? He goes, oh, yeah, I can. If that happens, I can figure it all out. So I want to thank Constable Bernal for that. So as far as security, we'll have police presence there. There's programs that hopefully Shirley will talk about with the police. Let me talk about some funding sources. We have identified funding sources there. We have just a small sample, Sarabia's El Paso Disposal, Old Dominion, McDonald's, and of course Marathon. We also have a lot of small businesses there, mine included. My business, Alco Machine, is about 3 blocks east of the site. And I talked to some of the business owners in that area, and they said, yeah, we can help, if 500 here, maybe 1,000 there, and we could add it for funding sources. But it all is incumbent upon you all to accept it, to put a little bit of moolah behind it, if you know what I mean, so that they can say, okay, this is off the ground, where can we help? We had a meeting with Congresswoman Veronica Escobar. There's federal money out there. There's grants out there. I can help you. But what we need is for Commissioners Court to accept this. That's why we're here, okay? And let me tell you just a little story about the stigma, something that's been in my mind ever since we had these meetings. We were at San Juan, and everybody was talking about it. This one lady, older lady, she said that when her granddaughter was young, she would come and stay over at her grandma's house. They're in the Zambrano Association in that neighborhood. And the naked harem was all lit up. I don't know if you guys remember how it used to be lit up. Nice. These pillars of lights, the lady. It looked, I mean, fantastic. But this little girl was about 4 or 5 years old. She wanted her grandma to take her there. She thought it was something like Disneyland. Take me, Grandma. No, I can't take you, mija. I can't take you. Come on, Grandma, look. And the grandma couldn't explain to her why she couldn't take her. That little girl has since grown up. She probably figured it out. But that's a stigma that neighborhood has. And I think this will help. You know, we've done the legwork to this point, and we're here. We're hoping that you guys pick it up, put some moolah behind it. We're thinking that maybe, hey, 2, 3 years, we'll have something completed. 4 years? I mean, some of us are getting older. We want to see it through. We want to live and see the fruits of this, okay? So, having said that, Valverde Neighborhood Association, which is also involved, was not able to come here today, but they wrote a letter. And the letter says, Dear County Judge Samaniego and Commissioners, the Valverde Neighborhood Association is in support of repurposing of the County Alameda's property known as the Corbin Zambrano Wellness Center into a community center devoted to education, health, and wellness. The Valverde Neighborhood Association collaborated in several project meetings and participated in public events to engage and inform the community, as well as meeting with our own membership. We support and value the public's input to transform the former naked harem into a project that will instead strengthen our community. However, the Valverde Neighborhood Association does not support another facility in our area solely focusing on drug rehabilitation and substance abuse. We feel that the careful and consideration planning of this project has encompassed a healthier approach for the center's intended purpose, while satisfying the restrictions required in accordance with Chapter 59. Please support the Corbin Zambrano Wellness Center Project, Valverde Association. With that, let me introduce to you my partner in crime, my friend, the president of the Corbin Zambrano Neighborhood Association, Miss Shirley Nagel.
Yeah, we can clap. We can. Shirley, nice to see you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Judge Samaniego. It's so nice to see all of you. I'm Shirley Nagel. I am the president of the Corbin Zambrano Neighborhood Association. We're located directly behind these 3 Alameda projects. Actually, the boundaries of my neighborhood association also include these 3 Alameda projects. I just wanted to let you know that our neighborhood is absolutely overjoyed at the prospect of replacing all 3 of those businesses, which have really created havoc in our neighborhood. So my neighbors have called me. I've gotten so many positive responses. We have spent at least 33 years of actually the obscenities that were located in our neighborhood. And we'll be so happy to have it replaced with something for the community. This actually was a community project with 4 of our neighborhoods. Everybody participated. Everybody had a positive impact. My neighborhood residents are aware that there is a Chapter 59, which limits what can be done with the property. And actually, I was very surprised. They actually really embraced the fact that they could be part of helping victims and also have something for our community and participate in that. A little bit about my neighborhood. We basically, I have lived in the neighborhood almost 70 years. So the history is just a walk through memory lane for me. And we have some median income households. We have a lot of low income households. We have actually very few amenities in our neighborhood. We have no parks. We have nothing whatsoever for our seniors, no social activities, no educational activities. And post-COVID, we also have no place to meet. We were meeting at the Seville Center, but it's very, very small. And my neighbors feel very uncomfortable because of the close proximity of everyone there. So it would be delightful to have some place even to meet in our community. Also, we do have the recreation center, and but it is very small. And we also would love to have something for the children. Thank you. Currently, we do have 2 slides for the children, and we do have a CDBG grant, which is remodeling the center a little bit. The children were actually sliding, there was no covering, sliding down the slides, the metal slides, in the covering is dirt. So they were actually sliding into these horrific ant beds. So we have corrected that, and so our neighborhood appreciates anything, and we're so appreciative of actually having that. When we had our meetings with the county, we discussed some of the amenities that we would like in the facility. Of course, our main concern, like Fred said, was safety and security for the residents there. The fencing, and of course, we would love to have some type of law enforcement there. Perhaps the constable, deputies, something that we would feel secure, some fencing, of course, tremendous lighting, and some of the activities that our neighbors had requested. I hope I'm not being redundant. I have a little trouble hearing, so I hope I'm not repeating
No, you go ahead, Shirley.
anything. But one of the main things, of course, they wanted to use the community center for, and including the victims, were computer classes, something basic like GED classes, English second language, citizenship. Also, perhaps we could partner with community college and be a satellite campus for them. So maybe even the possibility of having some basic credit classes would be really, really, really nice. one of my neighbors I recently met has been, unfortunately, a victim of domestic abuse. And I asked her what her preferences would be. And she said that she would, of course, they still need support groups, but also it's so important because of the isolation that they have endured for so many years to be part of a community and participate with other people. So and of course we had discussed possibly having a resource center because we cannot have everything in one facility, a resource center for the people that are not going to be participating in our facility. Like I said, the 3 properties have had such an impact on our neighborhood. It's not the fact that people just thought there is a facility there, there's a business there with illegal activities. We were all aware of that. We did not know to what extent the illegal activity was. But just to mention a few of the things that we endured, when it was the adult theater, posters were placed near the sidewalk, and as the children were walking by. Also, the Naked Harem also put posters at intervals promoting their business. And so the residents would have to walk by there and see the posters. We tried to protect the children from the obscenities, but that's their route, some of them, back and forth to school. After the business closed, I stay up quite late. At 3 a.m., all the bottles were thrown into the dumpsters, which is right by the neighborhood. It was the back of the property. And at that time, their customers in altered states would be in our neighborhood. So we endured that for so many years. And it would be so wonderful to be able to have a facility that promotes our neighborhood, a facility that our neighbors could be proud of. These places were such a stigma. Even the other 2 businesses, they were automotive businesses, and they illegally were dumping oil, waste products from the cars into our irrigation ditches and contaminated our irrigation system. So we've had a lot of negative impact from all of that. So anyway, I just want to thank you for being so receptive to us. It started with a young lady coming into our neighborhood from a news station wanting to interview our neighbors. And I said, "What about what?" And she had gone to, just left the meeting, the county meeting. And so that's how we found out. And I was so pleasantly surprised that my first contacts with the county was Mr. Commissioner Stout's office. Carlos was his assistant at the time. Very, very pleasant. And then Mr. Bishop. And it was so pleasant to realize that you were in agreement in helping my neighborhood. And also, I'm so pleased that all the other communities got involved, all the other associations got involved. and we collaborated, and we had all of these fabulous ideas, which we would not have had without having all of them participate with us. So please consider the needs of our community. I remember living there when I was 10 years old, going to the beautiful, at that time, theater, the Valley Theater. We had lots of businesses at that time, lots of residents, lots of small businesses, which over the years, and a lot of it was due to these businesses, the Naked Harem and the other two businesses. A lot of them have left our community. There's a large property on the other side of Alameda, which once was Moe's Restaurant with all the delicious food. The gentleman that owns it, I've contacted him several times and trying to convince him that our neighborhood, our whole community would be so supportive if he possibly could work with his relatives and perhaps put another nice restaurant in our community. So you all help me with that. But anyway, thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much for all the hard work that you all have done and the support that you've given our community. So I really hope that these beautiful ideas will come to fruition soon. So thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
That was a great presentation, Shirley. Really appreciate that.
Well, next, Commissioners, I'd like to have Cynthia Renteria come up. Now, I got to know Cynthia before she worked for Commissioner Stout. She was an advocate in the neighborhoods there. Here she'll be representing Washington Delta Neighborhood Association with her perspective, which I think is very valuable for this topic.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. So today I am taking off my Precinct 2 staff for a little bit. But I came to work on this project, as Joel said, as part of my neighborhood association, which is the Washington Delta Neighborhood Association, that extends from west to east, from US 54 to Escarate. So it includes the neighborhoods south of the Alameda property. And at the time, I was the co-chair. I'm now the secretary. And our current chair, Mr. Quirino Villa, unfortunately couldn't be here today, but he has worked on this project as well, and the Neighborhood Association lends its support to this. And we want to see something, as everyone just said, for the community, something that gives back. And I'd also like to thank Joel for reaching out to the Neighborhood Association and Commissioner's Office, Carlos at the time as well, for engaging with us, right? For us, for me and for a neighborhood association, especially as someone who grew up in South Central, this was the first time anyone came into the neighborhood and said, what would you like to see? What do you need? What don't you want to see, right? Like, what are deal breakers? What do you want to fix about this area? How do you feel? So it was a very unique experience. I had been engaged in different community organizations and different activities where I'd attended public meetings, not with the county, and it was a done deal. By the time the public was informed, it was basically choosing a color palette. Do you want it to be red? Do you want it to be blue? Do you want it to be green? But no substantive questions about what the community wanted to see. So this, from the very beginning, was a very unique process, and I was so happy to be part of it, and I'm so happy that the neighborhood that was asked to participate was ours, because that was the first time for us. And as you've heard from Shirley and from Fred, that this was a community-driven plan that seeks the plan that is produced and what we are urging you to adopt today corrects the stigma, obscenities, illegal activity that the neighborhood for generations had faced and have gone through. This is, in a sense, a plan of restorative justice, not just to fulfill the Chapter 59 requirements, but for the neighborhood as well. And asking them, adds more to that sense of restorative justice, sense that this is this property that had been that had made people feel unsafe or uncomfortable or embarrassed is now going to be given back to this neighborhood. And it's something that's going to work for them instead of something that they have to fear or be concerned about. So I thank you once again, and I urge you to adopt this plan today. And thank you to Joel again for all his work.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Okay. Next, I'd like Representative Alexandra Anello I asked her to make a few comments from her perspective, being the representative from that district now. And thank you for coming today.
Welcome, Representative.
Thank you,
It's
County
nice-
Judge, Commissioners, County Administrator, Assistant County Attorney. I am Alexandra Nello. I'm the District 2 City Representative. This is actually my first time speaking at Commissioners Court. I'm so nervous. I think a lot of what I was going to say has already been said, so I just want to highlight a little bit of that from my perspective. I wasn't involved in the initial process. I was not the representative for the area up until about April. I was very lucky to be able to incorporate a lot of south of I-10 into my district. And previous to representing this area, I had an idea, like many people, underrepresented neighborhood associations that weren't very active, facilities that weren't utilized, and I can't tell you how wrong I was. First of all, these neighborhood association presidents keep me busier than anyone has in the 6 years I've been in office. But there also is not a lot of space to utilize. Yeah, Commissioner Stout knows. I myself have trouble finding spaces for community meetings. The city tells me no all of the time. For some reason, and I've not gotten a good answer, facilities south of I-10 that exist north of I-10 close a lot earlier than the rest of the city. And so I think, a community space, I just wanted to reiterate, even from the city side, I think is really important for this community. Also, you hear about things as just a place to get resources for information. Since representing this area, we have a lot of conversations about individuals who are unhoused, getting them social services, a lot of conversations about addiction. We heard Ms. Shirley mention domestic abuse. And so we spend a lot of our time on the phone with individuals about these kind of things and the resources that are available to them, something that we take for granted a lot because we're aware of them. And so really just having somewhere there to be an asset to that community, I really believe will make a huge difference. I also think that this does play well with some things, investment the city has been doing. We have the Alameda Corridor Plan. I think that could be very helpful to this project, as well as this project be helpful to that. But I am very interested in seeing and trying my best to understand how we can partner and help this project succeed, because I think pride is something that I know these neighborhood associations have and these residents have, and it really is time that we as elected officials, and I say this as a member of the city council, really show that pride for them as well. And I want to say one last thing, and Cynthia mentioned this a little bit. Having been this representative in this area for 4 or 5 months, it is true what she said. For some reason, a lot of things happen to this community, not with them. And I really do want to acknowledge Judge Samaniego, Commissioner Stout, but Joel Bishop and his team and the work that they did and the investment in including the community. I know it has meant a lot to them. I know this project now has a real sense of pride that it wouldn't without that work. So I thank all of you for that, and Joel as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your partnership.
Thank you, Representative. Now we'll have the county attorney, Assistant County Attorney Eric Morales. He's going to talk just for a couple minutes, not very long, but just briefly on the challenges we have with the Chapter 59, and then after that we will hear from Maggie Morales-Ayena about how that can actually be a benefit to this project. So.
Did you hear that? Because you're an attorney, says he's going to say a few words.
Sir, I turned around and the Honorable County Attorney was giving me the signal to keep it very short. So, good afternoon, Eric Morales, Assistant County Attorney. Essentially, I just want to review very briefly with the court that when the court and the county accepted this property in December, actually November, almost exactly 2 years ago, that it accepted it with certain restrictions in the deed. And those restrictions were based on the provision under the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, which allowed the then District Attorney, Jaime Esparza, to convey the property to us. And in the deed itself, it states that the property shall be maintained, repaired, used, and operated only for official purposes of the County of El Paso, consistent with the purposes as defined and required by sections 59.06B and D2 of the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure. And you may recall that, as Joel had shown earlier, those uses are for the detection, investigation, or prosecution of a criminal offense or instances of abuse, and the provision of, and this is particularly the focus, I think, today, the provision of mental health, drug, or rehabilitation services, or services for victims or witnesses of criminal offenses or instances of abuse, or the provision of training or education related to duties or services described by the provisions above. So in some ways, it's a restrictive provision. In other ways, it's fairly broad. And in discussions with Mr. Bishop and in looking at this property, it seems that the concept seems to be consistent with the provisions of the Code of Criminal Procedure, and that is important because, as I said, the covenant and the restrictions on this property state that if it was not to be used consistent with the provisions of the Code of Criminal Procedure, that there can be a revocation of the title back to the state. Again, the concept which has been presented previously in broad strokes seems to be consistent with that. It's hard to say with any certainty, yes, absolutely, this 100% always agrees with the concept, but by the same token, I understand from Mr. Bishop that the current district attorney, Rosales, seems to be in agreement with the concepts and well, but my purpose here today was to remind the court of these restrictions of the covenant and the need to remain consistent with that in any concept.
And Eric, thank you, because if you go even a little deeper, and you can imagine this, the city had something to do with it as well. And so Jaime had to deal with the city and Chief Greg Allen to allow us to then take it into the county. So there's so many moving parts, and you've been through each and every step of the way, so we really thank you. That doesn't happen, and everything else just falls apart. So thank you for that collaboration with Jaime and Greg Allen and everybody else to make this a reality.
Yes, sir. It's been my pleasure. In the beginning, I was also working with Diane Shearer, who's taken on some other roles within the office, but she was also very helpful, and so I appreciate her help on this as well. She had a large role to play in this, but we, again, just wanted to review it with you and to make you aware of this, and that it seems to be within the general broad outline of the concept of the...
Well, thank you.
Yes, sir. Did any have any questions?
No.
Very good.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate it.
Yeah, big shout out to Eric. He's put years of work into this, and we definitely wouldn't be here today without all his hard work. And thank you, Eric. He's been very responsive to helping guide us along the way as well. So thank you. Now, I really want to thank Miss Maggie Morales-Ayana and have her offer a few comments. She is from the area. She grew up in the area. She's shared. She's been there with us. Early on, I said I need Maggie there with me. As we engage the community, she's just been so great. She's come to the meeting. She really put her heart into this, and being from the area and also our leader of probation, she has such a great insight on this. So Maggie, thank you.
Thank you, and I'll keep it brief. Good afternoon, everyone.
I didn't say that for you.
Okay, thank you. Judge Samaniego, Commissioners. My name is Magdalena Morales-Ayana. My current position is I am the Director for the Adult Probation. It's called El Paso County Community Supervision and Corrections Department, formerly known as Adult Probation. To not go over everything that everybody's talked about, the history, what I can tell you is that when I moved there in my early teens, I came from East LA, and when I got there, some of the biggest issues that we had to deal with as a community was community trauma. Historically disadvantaged groups, marginalized communities, everybody lived there. and we looked out for each other. And something that we did have to do is cross that street and walk through there every time we went to school. So that was part of the historically traumatized group that we had. And there's, I'll give you a quick definition of what trauma is an experience that can cause somebody pain, fear, and something that is everlasting. So there's 3 E's to it. It's the event, what happened. We had to walk through those signs, dealing with folks who would engage in those activities. It was the experience. As a young girl, it was a very traumatic experience to see some of the activities that came out to the parking lot, whether it was walking down the street to go get a gallon of milk. And more importantly, for the community, it was the effect. So now, as I've been working with the justice system and justice-involved individuals for about 27 years now, as a probation officer, I was always very active in working with individuals and helping them overcome some of the long history of not only disadvantages that they had to overcome, but the unresolved trauma. And a lot of that unresolved trauma was part of being poor, part of being first generation, not speaking the language, part of not having access to other services that other communities talked about. The presenter that went before us talked about infrastructure. You talked about the future. What is that going to cost? We're looking into the future for other communities. This community has been there, and we're still not there. So there's infrastructure about buildings and roads and making sure that other people have these commodities. There's also a thing that's called social infrastructure. That's building and working with our communities. That's helping the communities connect with each other to create a more synergistic type of approach to healing. So a lot of the folks who live there, the ones that I grew up with, many is generational, are still there. And they're still suffering the perils of having had that experience. So because it's unresolved trauma, that leads to addiction, that leads to justice involvement, that leads to the domestic abuse that was talked about earlier. So what I want you all to do is to reimagine that space that has caused so much pain. And what we did is we approached it in a way, and I said we, and I am just honored and privileged to be a part of this wonderful group who's so passionate about doing the right thing. And the right thing is meeting people. The community is where they're at and what their needs are. I can tell you firsthand what my needs were when I was there, but it was important to understand the community that's living there right now. And let me tell you, not a lot has changed. There's still a lot of people there who have a dire need to access just basic services that for a lot of us and our families during COVID, our kids could go to school on the internet because they had broadband and they can participate in their activities. For a lot of the children who lived in that area, it was impossible. So if they were already behind academically, COVID just pushed them further behind. So the reason we considered the different names, and wellness is about making sure that we touch on every part. And there's a theory that's the 8 dimensions of wellness, and those are emotional, spiritual, intellectual, physical, environmental, financial, occupational, and social. And all of those dimensions can be utilized and become a priority within the center. So we're not going to be reactive in creating a treatment center for people with serious and persistent substance use problems. We have local mental health authorities to do that. But we do want to be a resource for the community that doesn't know what services are out there. We want to be a prototype for other communities to show them what El Paso has done. And El Paso has always been a community of collaborators. We come together when there is a need, and that's what we did here. And we learned from each other, and Ms. Shirley and I went door to door, other folks did too, but we literally went door to door, knocking on people's doors, asking them what they'd like to see in that site. And part of that was some of the information that we brought to the table that was a result of these wonderful presentations that Joe conducted today. A lot of Dr. Madrigal, all of the surveys that were done. So there was theory, and now we're looking at the practice. So all of that research is coming from the people, from constituents, from a lot of us who have come out of that environment because we had a position in which somebody extended their hand. So this is our way of me extending my hand back to my community that helped me get here. to be able to give them an opportunity for growth, for healing, for change. And that is where we're asking you to please adopt this plan, to please give the young children, older individuals. There's a lot of ways that we looked at in there to promote awareness for so many social issues, so many medical issues, so many preventive issues that can help people from every age group be healthier, have a healthier way of life, and just have a better quality of life, and continue to contribute to their community. Ms. Nagel, let me tell you, she's had a broken arm for a very long time, so she had some difficulties getting into my truck today, but we managed to get it done. She couldn't drive today, but this is how important it is for her. This is how important it is for everybody who was at that kermesse. This is how important it is for everybody to speak for people who have, for many years, have been voiceless. And that's why I'm here today. So if I can be of any assistance or anybody has any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them. But I'm going to ask you again to please invest in the social infrastructure of our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was an excellent, yes. Maggie, you have a doctorate, right?
Not yet. I had to hold my committee because I was fortunate enough to be appointed, and I was going to do it with the justice system, so there would have been a conflict.
I was just hoping how you approached it. I was really hoping that you'd include a dissertation of what happens when you do it the right way, what happens when you reach out to people, what happens, and look at the difference.
Yeah.
You know, it's something that came out organically from them that we're going to support. They feel really good. I mean, sometimes when you tell a community what to do, even if it's sort of good, it's like, well, you didn't ask me. And so you've approached a lot of dimensions. And, you know, I always feel like when you solve a very complex community problem, you don't only solve it for that community, but you solve it for all communities. Because now people know to say, we want to do it that way. I think it's going to be it should be a case study.
I agree.
It was a very perplexed situation, and you really pointed out some of the more underlying, things that happen in the community and things that go wrong. I mean, there's even studies that show that when you live in a community that's not respected, you don't respect yourself and more likely to go to prison, more likely to end up in all these difficult situations because it reinforces how you're feeling about yourself. You're not feeling good about yourself and you live in a community that has these kinds of activities, then you have these difficult, complex in society. So I think we're going to, reach so many dimensions that were done wrong, the way we approach things. I know that Commissioner Stout has always requested, community involvement. There's nothing that we ever talk about that Commissioner doesn't say, hey, have we talked to the community? Do they know what we're trying to accomplish? And so I think it's so many things coming together that we should be so proud of. The way it started, so many times we could have just said, no, this isn't going to work. Let's just demolish it and, leave it as a vacant place. So just want to thank you because of your spirit of understanding it from what you told us today. Is just exceptional, and Shirley and Fred and everybody coming together, Cynthia, our representative. That's the other thing. It's almost a oxymoron, the city and the county working together on a project that there's no politics, no anything other than what is it that we need to do to make this thing happen. And both Nello and Hernandez were just exceptional in creating that environment, not adversary, but a very incredible. So I thank all of you. It's just amazing. I've been around a lot of situations where, community things that happen, and this is one of the most memorable one that I can think of in coming to this point and then asking for support. Commissioners are extremely supportive of everything that you've talked about, the dimensions that we need to reach. This Commissioners Court is exceptional to be that support.
I can tell you, Judge, that what was very powerful for me was when we did do those knocking on doors, and that we did have the kermeses, just talking with people. And sometimes, people have been, and I am going to use the word oppressed, or believed to be oppressed for so long, that they didn't know that they had opinions, that they didn't know that they could share their opinions. But this group made it so easy. It facilitated somebody sharing with us their stories, their needs, and their wants. And to me, like I said, that was just a sense of empowerment for our people.
Thank you
very much.
Exceptional, thank you. And of course, we have to thank Joel as well, okay? We keep thanking everybody he's working with, but he's really the connection to everything that we've done. So Joel, thank you so much.
Judge, is only by the grace of God, that's for sure. He's, I'm very thankful. I thank God for the opportunity to work with these wonderful people who are just people I work with. They're my friends, and Fred and Shirley, I've spent hours with both of them, just really love them and care about this community, and really looking forward to see how this presses forward. The constables, too, I also wanted to shout out to them. They were there all along the way, even providing security for the more recent events there with Veronica Escobar, and really want to thank them for their involvement and their voice in this. With that, we'll go ahead and wrap this up, ask you for a vote to approve. I guess the motion would be to approve the plan as submitted in the backup by Stantec as the vision for the site, understanding there's still another phase of development that needs to take place, but allowing staff to press forward with that plan.
And yeah, Constable Bernal, thank you very much. It looks like that was a really big component of having that kind of security and safety, and so we thank you for that. We also thank you that out of your budget, you will be paying for the, no, I'm just kidding. No, but that, it looks like, I mean, from the very beginning, there was an essential component that it doesn't draw situations, and having, security there was very critical, and you, commenting that you would be able to figure out what to do there was very, very admirable. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, County Judge, Commissioners, Constable Bernal, Precinct 3. Yeah, we've talked several times with Fred and Shirley and the committees that we could have somebody not 24/7, but we could have somebody as a satellite go over there, do some paperwork, and show presence. Exactly. That there's police presence there, and actually have maybe some presentations for the community, safety presentations for the children, and things like that, that hopefully we can get things moving. So we really appreciate your cooperation and approval. So thank you very much
for your collaboration. You ready? I'll let anybody make the motion.
I'll go ahead and make the motion, Judge. Thank you.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye, and I just want to, again, reiterate the thanks on behalf of Precinct 2 and my office. I think it wouldn't, if not for the experience that we've had with neighborhood associations, with Dr. Renteria, with Mr. Borrego, with Shirley and Ms. Nagel and others, we wouldn't have probably pushed as hard as we did to make sure that this was community run, basically, and I'm very thankful for the judge in the Commissioners Court as well for making sure that we got to the community on this one, and we took everything that they had into account. And thank you to Maggie as well for all of your support, to the constable, just everybody that was involved. This was a really great experience, and I, for one, and we have an opportunity with the bonding capacity that we have coming up here soon to possibly fund this project. And so I'm going to be advocating for funding this project through that, through that capacity. And I hope that the other members of the court will also be willing to do that. I know that I think it graded highly on scored highly on the survey that we did amongst the court to see what we wanted to look at using that money for, and so we'll continue to push for that, okay? Thank you very much.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Can we take a picture with all of you? Historical moment here.
Cover your face.
No, I'll be okay. They did all the work, not me. Okay, cool. Ready over here? 1, 2, 3. Over here, please. Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. We're gonna take another with this phone.
At this time, Commissioners Court will recess into executive session to discuss items number 17A through 17C and item number 18.
Caesar,
Pursuant.
Caesar, Mr. Nava, sorry. Before we go in, we have to do something. We have to pull one of the items in.
Oh.
Need to pull something into executive session. I need to pull something into executive session, so I need to take a vote. I need to pull something into executive session, so I'll need a vote to do that.
Oh.
Wait,
Which item?
it's going to be the
Number-
addendum because it's only
number
posted
18.
as an, I'll say it right.
Okay.
And I do have the motion, Christina, if you want me to read it.
Item number 18, the addendum to the agenda. Pursuant
Yes.
to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, receive legal advice and consultation regarding entering into an engagement agreement with outside counsel for representation of county employees for certain county record requests.
Yes, so this was posted as an addendum, so we can take it up now. It was posted after 1:55. However, because it's only posted as an addendum to the regular session, we still need to pull it in because we needed it to be posted as addendum to executive session.
Okay.
We need to make sure that that language is there. So just, we need a vote. It would be a motion to pull it into executive session pursuant to Government Code Section 551.071. So we need a motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín is absent. Commissioner León?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. At this time, Commissioners' Court will recess into executive session to discuss items 17A through 17C and addendum item number 18 pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and 551.087. Commissioners' Court will reconvene to take official action.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
We think this park needs more shade.
These are the biggest ones.
It is too hot in El Paso, and so we want to make it more beautiful, at the same time create shade more pleasant for everyone to enjoy.
And we're planting 90 trees at Escárate Park, all over the park and in the golf course. So we're very excited and thankful that we were chosen by the El Paso Downtown Lions Club for this project.
Today, I haven't counted them, but I'm going to guess around 10 from my organization. We also partnered with Echo El Paso, and they came and have people helping. And we also asked for the master gardeners to come from Texas A&M.
I know that it will bring much needed shade and just, again, just a windbreaker as well for, you know, the heavy gusty winds that we get here in El Paso. So it's going to be something that the whole community will be able to enjoy.
Everyone has been talking in the news about a carbon reduction type, machinery, some sort of mechanism. Well, nature's got us beat on that, and that's trees. Not only do we have a scarcity of trees here, but they also help cool the ground, combat the urban heat island effect. As they grow, they also beautify our neighborhoods, our parks.
This is the fun part of our job. This is what we love to do. So happy to help however we can, and just excited that we were selected by both of these agencies.
So we're planting a lot of drought-tolerant native trees. So we got Palo Verdes, we got Arizona ash, we got gray woods.
Once they're established, they won't need as much water. Create a lot of shade.
But also invite habitats, wildlife. Everybody who's been a long resident of El Paso knows in winter we see a lot of very exotic birds.
We just like to do this to enhance the community.
I want to welcome everybody today to the El Paso County and Lower Valley Water District ribbon cutting event for the first time wastewater project for the El Conquistador and Lourdes subdivision.
So today we connected 2 more neighborhoods to sewer services. So these are 2 neighborhoods that now don't have to rely on septic tanks, that many of which are 20, 30 years old, have started to fail, can cause very serious health issues for the residents.
It's because you have to be emptied out and you have to be careful that it won't get like spilled, or you have to be very cautious with that and because of the environment. So it is a nuisance to have a septic tank.
1, 2, 3.
3.
The project, we started this project 3 years ago. We had a meeting with the community complaining about their septic tanks. So we saw an opportunity coming out from the state, about $1 million grant funding. So we went ahead and seek the court's approval.
This particular project was made possible through funding that the county received from the Texas Department of Agriculture. The Lower Valley Water District contributed $2 million towards the project. The grant that the county received from the Department of Agriculture was for $1 million. So total, that was the cost of the project, $3 million to connect about 100 homes to first-time sewer service.
So the contractor, approximately 4 or 5 miles worth of infrastructure that they laid. Like if you see behind me, the green pipes behind me, those are the 8-inch pipes that were used on the street. So of course they have to get an excavator, tear part of the roads, excavate 5 feet, and there's some areas all the way in Lourdes area, they went down to 15 feet down. They put the pipe, connect the pipe together to include the service ladder and the service connection for each house, to include those large manholes behind us as well. They cover it, compact it very well. Then after that, lay the new layer of asphalt on top of it. After they complete that portion and test the pipes, they went ahead and inside the property. They connected the service line from the property line all the way to the house. After they connected it, it's working fine. They went ahead and decommissioned the existing septic tanks. I mean, it's a big relief to me, and it gives me a pleasure at the end.
Connecting families to water and wastewater infrastructure is a priority for this court. One day we can say that every person in El Paso County has access to water and wastewater.
I think it's good for the community. It's better for the environment as well. And I think it's just a good quality right now.
Say hi, mamas. Say hi. We just wanted to do something funny and creative this year, something different, something that nobody would think about.
It was just a Halloween event, something fun for the department to do.
We're barely putting their costumes on.
It is a fundraising benefit for our spay and neuter clinic that helps our community with free surgeries, free microchips, and free vaccines.
So yes, I like coming to social events with my chihuahuas. I like for them to be around other dogs. And Halloween, we just love it, so we could be together and dress up.
So we actually had our puppy plunge, so we gave them the opportunity to go and swim in our kiddie pool.
Did you guys want to participate in the plunge?
We just wanted to interact a little bit more with the community.
Sit. Shiner, sit.
We wanted to show them that we're a little bit fun too and wanted to participate in Halloween.
We love it. We love to see that there's a bunch of events that we can attend. I love taking the dogs out.
Hilarious. We had some really great turnout with something that we didn't expect. The DIYs and the funniest were pretty good, pretty awesome to see.
Hoagie and Bumble.
Dumb and Dumber. That one was funny.
This is Psycho. She doesn't like it. She dreads Halloween. She gives me those eyes like, not again, Mom. Killer, this is Killer. He's okay. He likes it. Yeah, and Terminator down there, well, he's our new addition, and I guess he's liking it so far. This is beautiful because there's not a lot of dog events here in El Paso, and I think this is nice that the community is coming together while their dogs, because there's a lot of dog moms, dog dads, they want to do stuff with their dogs.
It's important for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too. And if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
We think this park needs more shade.
These are the biggest ones.
It is too hot in El Paso, and so we want to make it more beautiful, at the same time create shade more pleasant for everyone to enjoy.
And we're planting 90 trees at Escarate Park, all over the park and in the golf course. So we're very excited and thankful that we were chosen by the El Paso Downtown Lions Club for this project.
Today, I haven't counted them, but I'm going to guess around 10 from my organization. We also partnered with Echo El Paso, and they came and have people helping, and we also asked for the master gardeners to come from Texas A&M.
I know that it will bring much needed shade and just again, just a windbreaker as well for, you know, the heavy gusty winds that we get here in El Paso. So it's going to be something that the whole community will be able to enjoy.
Everyone has been talking in the news about a carbon reduction type machinery, some sort of mechanism. Well, nature's got us beat on that, and that's trees. Not only do we have a scarcity of trees here, but they also help cool the ground, combat the urban heat island effect. As they grow, they also beautify our neighborhoods, our parks.
This is the fun part of our job. This is what we love to do. So happy to help however we can, and just excited that we were selected by both of these agencies.
So we're planting a lot of drought-tolerant native trees. So we got Palo Verdes, we got Arizona ash, we got Ray Woods.
Once they're established, they won't need as much water. Create a lot of shade.
but also become invite habitats, wildlife. Everybody who's been a long resident of El Paso knows in winter we see a lot of very exotic birds.
We just like to do this to enhance the community.
I want to welcome everybody today to the Paso County and Lower Valley Water District ribbon cutting event for the first time wastewater project for the El Conquistador and Lourdes subdivision.
So today we connected 2 more neighborhoods to sewer services. So these are 2 neighborhoods that now don't have to rely on septic tanks, that many of which are 20, 30 years old, have started to fail, can cause very serious health issues for the residents.
It's because you have to be emptied. I mean, you have to be careful that it won't get like spilled, or you have to be very cautious with that, and because of the environment. So, so it is a nuisance for to have a septic tank.
1, 2, 3.
3.
The project, we started this project 3 years ago. We had a meeting with the community complaining about their septic tanks. So we saw an opportunity coming out from the state, about $1 million grant funding. So we went ahead and seek the court's approval.
This particular project was made possible through funding that the county received from the Texas Department of Agriculture. The Lower Valley Water District contributed $2 million towards the project. The grant that the county received from the Department of Agriculture was for $1 million. So total, that was the cost of the project, $3 million to connect about 100 homes to first-time sewer service.
So the contractor, approximately 4 or 5 miles worth of infrastructure that they laid. Like you see behind me, the green pipes behind me, those are the 8-inch pipes that were used on the streets. So of course they have to get an excavator, tear part of the roads, excavate 5 feet, and there's some areas all the way in Lourdes area, they went down to 15 feet down. They put the pipe, connect the pipe together to include the service ladder and the service connection for each house, to include those large manholes behind us as well. They cover it, compact it very well. Then after that, lay the new layer of asphalt on top of it. After they complete that portion and test the pipes, they went ahead and inside the property. They connected the service lines from the property line all the way to the house. After they connected it, it's working fine. They went ahead and decommissioned the existing septic tanks. I mean, it's a big relief to me, and it gives me a pleasure at the end.
Connecting families to water and wastewater infrastructure is a priority for this court. One day we can say that every person in El Paso County has access to water and wastewater.
Go ahead. Commissioners' Court has reconvened into regular open session. Judge, we've completed all the items on our agenda.
Well, thank you. Thank you back there, our translators. Thank you for being here. Betsy, everybody else, our production team, commissioners. Cesar, thank you very much.
Sure. This concludes today's meeting at 3:27 p.m.